What's going on, people? We are Tottenham TV, back here for another Good Morning Tottenham. Simeon's face is getting hairier and hairier by the day. I'm kidding. Mr. Brian Daigle, everyone. Once again, back in the studio. Brian, how are we doing? How are we doing today?
We are doing fantastic, but like every single Spurs fan, just want to hear breaking news from Sky or an official statement from the club just to confirm what we already know. The suspense is killing us.
Yeah.
But hopefully we'll get it during this stream.
Yeah, and I genuinely think we will. I mean, there's been rumours that it's going to be at 10 in the morning today. There's been rumours it's going to be midday today. But what we do know is that Antonio Conte is coming to Spurs. Antonio Conte is set to be announced as Tottenham Hotspur manager today. A few publications are claiming that Fabio Paratici worked really hard to get this over the line, and he had to do a lot of convincing with Antonio Conte to get this over the line. And what Fabrizio Romano was saying, that this club is going to be shaped solely by Paratici and Antonio Conte now on the pitch. And that's music to all our ears, isn't it?
Yeah, completely, totally. It's what we've been wanting for most of Levy's tenure, to have proper football people and a proper established winning manager to let him come in and do his thing, and it looks like we've got our wish.
And I tell you what, I don't care what anyone says now. Everyone, you know, I wouldn't say everyone, but a lot of people were coming on here. A lot of people were talking about, oh, what's Paratici done? What's Paratici done? Now, this is what has earned him his Don status at Tottenham. And I don't care what anyone says, this guy is a Don, and it is Don Fabio Paratici to everyone now. We don't just call him Fabio anymore, we call him Don Fabio, because he has done some amazing work for this football club in the last 48 hours. Bringing in Antonio Conte to Spurs is an absolute game changer, in my opinion. It really is. When you have one of the best managers in world football right now at the club, you know, in his 7 full seasons as manager, he's won 5 titles.
Yep.
And that says it all, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, I have to say, I disagree with you with the Don status. And the only reason I do it, like I said to you yesterday, is this is a huge step towards it. What the telling bit will be is what we do in January. Mm-hmm. If we get the players Conte wants in and there's no hold-ups and everything, then I will agree with you, he's a Don. He's taken a massive, massive step towards that title, but he's just got to get it over the line.
Yeah. They're saying as well that Spurs are going to be given a war chest of 100 to 150 million in January. I mean, if that happens, Jesus Christ, where is this football club going?
It can only go up. I mean, it's just frustrating that this didn't get done originally, and we're kind of 4 months behind and catching up. But if that happens, and if we do have 100 to 150 million, first of all, for January, that's exceptional. And it will be, once this is officially announced, this is a huge sign of intent and a huge statement from the club to say, right, here we go. The manager is set in place. This whole... It's kind of like, do you remember when Klopp came and he just rejuvenated that whole entire club? Like what Poch did when he came. Yeah. This is what this man's going to do, and this is what we badly need. I
feel like there is just, you know, I feel so disillusioned with Spurs for a while, basically, for a while now. And I just feel like this just breathes breath, you know, fresh new life back into this club. That's what it feels like. So,
Joe, I watched a load of shows yesterday. Did one on my own channel. I watched the Irish Hotspurs channel with him and Jack doing an incredible job. I saw some of Tottenham away. I was on another and it's amazing the feelings and the emotions from when we lost against United to where we currently are now.
It's bipolar, isn't it?
That's the exact title. It really is #bipolar Tottenham. And it's just incredible what one man can do. What one man can do. And like I said, I retweeted something yesterday when he's the 6 words where it said, winners find solutions, losers find excuses.
Exactly.
And
it speaks volumes, doesn't it?
It just sums up in 6 words what this man is all about. And people in that club now and the players, I think they're all being there first thing this morning, all early. Raring to go, and a few players feeling a little bit worried for their future.
I think so as well. We've got a super chat here from Santush, and he says, which players are the biggest winners and losers of Conte being hired? Also, no more Fabio. We must show respect and refer to him as Don. Paratici. And I completely agree with that. I know Brian is coming to that, but
Yep.
he's not there just yet. But he will be there. Don't you worry. He will be there. But in terms of that super chat, who are the biggest winners and losers in this Spurs squad now, do you reckon?
Biggest winners, Harry Kane. I think Harry Kane, and the reason I say Harry Kane is because he said, show me your ambition. I'll stay if you show me your ambition. And this smacks of ambition straight away. So I think Son will start smiling again. I think Ndombele is another one that is going to be absolutely ecstatic with this appointment. And I think Romero.
What about players like Steven Bergwijn, Lucas Moura? Because in my opinion, I actually think Steven Bergwijn's got a lot of attributes to be a wing back.
Well, we saw Bergwijn when Jose tried to do it, and he did look good there. But obviously his confidence after Liverpool went. He's got the potential. Lucas Moura has got absolutely every single attribute to do it. If Conte could do it to Victor Moses, he could certainly do it to Lucas Moura. But the one person...
Reguilon.
Most definitely. This is going to suit. Put Reguilon in that list that you asked me before, because he's going to be a huge benefactor of this, because now we can use him for his attacking prowess. But the one person I've got to have a question mark on now is Brian Hill, because he does not play wingers. So I know he's versatile and can go into the centre, but Brian Hill might have to adapt his game to what he originally was at Tottenham.
That's a good point, actually. I think Brian Hill can still there can still be a role for Brian Hill, and I think sometimes, when he's playing that 3-5-2 system, one of the midfielders can be pushed a little bit more forward, and that can be Brian Hill's role, couldn't it? And also coming off the bench right now to impact games late on, 20 minutes to go, half an hour to go, 15 minutes to go. When we're pushing and we need something, what a player to bring on with such energy.
Oh, it is. I mean, don't get me wrong. I still think he's got he's adaptable and he's versatile, so he will find a position. But obviously, when we signed him, we said, he's a winger that likes getting to the byline and putting crosses in. And obviously, with Conte's formation, he doesn't use those wingers to type. So I'm sure there's a role for him, because he does look like a real talent. But I think he's just going to have to adapt his game from being a winger to more of a maybe a free role.
Yeah. I mean, I was watching that clip last night with Thierry Henry and Antonio Conte, and it was just cracking me up. And all I could envision in my head was Dele Alli. That's all I could envision. Dele Alli, Harry Winks, Ben Davis, all these players. That's all I could imagine in my head when I was thinking that, even Eric Dyer, players like that. But one player, I was actually speaking to David, the Irish Hotspur, last night about this, Matt Doherty, right? Matt Doherty that's his formation, isn't it? 5-3-2. Do you reckon we could see a bit of play from Matt Doherty? Do you reckon he could thrive in a system that with Matt Antonio Conte?
We could do, but even with his time, we know he's been bad, but he has had a consistent run. I'm not saying that will make an impact or made a change, but this manager is geared up for the football Doherty is known for and best playing. So he could, but then we're talking about Lucas and Bergwijn. So I think it's going to be so. Unless
at the end of the day, it's a squad game, though, isn't it?
Yep. No, it is.
Conference League, FA Cup, League Cup, Premier League. You're going to need a lot of players.
Most definitely. And I think he might get a bit more involvement in the Conference League. Maybe if we get a low league team in the FA Cup. But the other one, when you mentioned, is Dele Alli. I'm going to start putting bets on with people, not for a tattoo or anything, just bets to see how long it's going to take Dele Alli to remove his haircut and go army buzz cut to show he means business. Because I think it's going to happen by the end of the international break.
Yeah. All right, let's get through some more super chats. Jason Whale saying, morning, boys. Hill can be left wing back. Remember Moses at Chelsea. See, I don't think he can do that role. I don't think Hill can do that left wing back role. I don't know. What do you reckon?
The only reason right now I say he can't is he needs to bulk up. Because if you're defending, you need a bit more power in you. So I can see where that comment's coming from, but I think he needs to get in the gym a bit more, and then he may be able to do it. But I don't see him, even when we played. Can you remember any of his defensive capabilities? I know he does track back, but I
remember against Wolves away. He was doing a great job in the Adama Traore, so that might point to maybe he can do that.
Maybe it's a great point. Actually, I completely forgot about that. I was here doing the watch along for it, so I should have remembered that. But no, that's a good point. But to do it consistently, and I think you'd need to bulk up a bit. But it like you said, this now, I think with the squad we've got, playing three at the back gives the players so many more options, and the depth that didn't look as deep looks a lot better now in that formation with the options we may have.
Yeah. Josh Diath says, do you feel sorry for Nuno?
I do. I do feel sorry for the way it's worked out. I do feel sorry for the way that he was not backed. I do feel sorry that he was the 9th choice. And with no disrespect to Nuno and where he's been, he hasn't had to walk into a club and have the best striker in the world say, I want to leave. And he just walked into an absolute burning house. And you can't, on that side of it, I feel sorry for him. On the footballing side, no, it was horrible, horrible football. And those stats that we've seen and the lack of shots on target in second halves or in games, it's unacceptable.
I actually think, thinking about it more last night about Nuno, I actually think this job might have been a bit too big for him. I felt like the pressure got to him way too quickly. 3 games in, 4 games in, Crystal Palace. After that, I mean, he pretty much may have not have managed us because it was just terrible decision, terrible everything since then. I know we beat Aston Villa and Newcastle, but apart from those 2 games, everything else was absolutely shocking and bad decisions. He looked depressed on the sidelines, and I just felt like the pressure just got to him way too quickly.
I don't think it may be the pressure, but after what your grandpa said yesterday about depression and mental health being something very, very, as you know, close to my heart, I went back and watched a lot of his interviews, and I can see exactly what your grandpa was saying. I think, honestly, that he just looked drained. He just looked shattered, and his press conferences were awful.
And so early on as well.
Yep.
So early on. Like that Crystal Palace game was 4 games into the Premier League season, and we'd won the first 3.
Exactly. It was completely, I mean, who knows? It's coulda, woulda, shoulda. If Dyer hadn't got injured, if Tanganga hadn't got sent off, what would have happened? But he didn't make any subs in that game, and that's where I think this is where it all started falling down, because he didn't make any attacking. Like when they had Zaha, at least bring on Hill to at least offer that kind of attacking threat for them. It was just a shambles, that game.
Yeah, and there were many more shambles, and like just in-game decision making, tactics. I mean, just everything was just so tin pot, in my opinion. It really was. But let's move on. Christopher Scorpin Nyland with the super chat saying Haaland or Vlahovic or maybe both. I mean, if we get Haaland, we ain't getting Haaland in, let's be honest. But Vlahovic, I think, can be a really viable option for us. Obviously, we all know his contract ends in a year and a half, and he's not signing a new one. So Fiorentina want to get rid of him in either January or the summer. So I think Paratici's got to be on the blower to Fiorentina already as it speaks, probably. How much would you love Vlahovic to come into Spurs?
For me, he is the number 1 target straight away to get in, because we all know we have needed a backup for Harry Kane for about 6 years of genuine, not even a backup, a competition, serious competition to keep him on his toes, just like what Liverpool have done with Jota. And I think that is... Go get him straight away. Like get it. Like when Van Dijk signed for Liverpool on January the 1st. Go get it done. Get it done as soon as possible. He is number 1 for me by far.
And the next super chat is from Kjetil Ermerjos. I can't pronounce that. It's like a Norwegian name. I can't pronounce that. But big up yourself, by the way. It says the transfer we should be looking at for January is the return of Christian Eriksen. Conte clearly likes him, and he's not allowed to play in Italy now. But I mean, you've got to ask yourself, why is he not allowed to play in Italy? The guy had something really, really horrific happen to him out in the Euros. Everyone knew about it. We were all fearing for his life at the time. So you've got to think about, why is he not allowed to play in Italy? I mean, if he's fine and if he can play, I'll take him back in a heartbeat. But you got to ask yourself, why is he not allowed to play in Italy right now?
Well, the thing you've also got to remember, it's not just signing Eriksen anymore. If you re-sign him, all the players get insured for obvious reasons. His insurance is going to be through the roof. And like I said, I just the way he down tools near the end, as much as he's on form, he's a wonderful, wonderful player. And I was at that Chelsea semi-final when we lost 4-2, and I was directly in line when he passed that ball to Dele Alli to score the second, which is probably the best pass I've ever seen live. And on his day, that's what he's capable of. But for the last 18 months, that's not what we got. And with his condition, it's just not a risk worth taking for me.
Yeah, I completely understand that. Hardcore poverty with the super chat saying #Kane out, use the money and get the top 4. And let's go for FA Cup and Conference League. Vlahovic in. Conte will mould him and make the transition to the Premier League smooth. And it's very interesting, actually, because I saw some comments from Antonio Conte during the Euros, I think it was, on Harry Kane. I don't know if you saw them.
I don't think I did.
And he said, like, yes, Harry Kane is amazing dropping deep and he's amazing in everything he does. But if I was his manager, I would keep him just in the 6-yard box. I would keep him just up front. I wouldn't let him drop back. He's a predator, and that's where he does his best work, in the 6-yard box, in and around the box. And you know, that's where you want him to be, scoring goals. And I think, as much as I think Harry Kane is good dropping deep, I think I completely agree with that.
It's what I've wanted to see for a long, long time. Yes, he's got a tremendous passing range. We've seen it for years. His passing is simply incredible. But the first 2 seasons under Poch, where he was a 6-yard box striker, like, let's say, Gary Lineker, but he was mainly around that area in between the posts, and that's when we got the best out of him. And I want to see that more. That's what I want to see, rather than him out on the left or dropping Harry Kane in the box. When that ball comes in, you got more than half a chance.
Does Conte reignite Harry Kane for you?
I honestly believe this is the start of the proper Harry Kane return.
Do you think this is the only appointment that could have reignited Harry Kane at Tottenham Hotspur?
Yes, but the only reason I say yes is because Conte was available. If other managers like a Ten Hag was available, I think that may have done it as well. But
the thing is with Ten Hag, though, right? Is Ten Hag not like a major risk because he's only managed in the Dutch league, right? Yes, I know he plays beautiful football, and this Ajax team has come on leaps and bounds under him, you know, doing amazingly in the Champions League. But, you know, we've seen Dutch managers or managers from the Dutch league come in to the Premier League before. De Boer, he was doing amazingly at Ajax at the time he came in. He was gone after 7 games, didn't score a goal for Crystal Palace. Do you not think that would have been a massive risk, Ten Hag?
I think what we've needed and why we've gone with Conte as well is because Conte, we need a fix now. Right now. We need to fix up and get back to where we want to be. And Conte is the only man that can do that. If you hire a Ten Hag, it's a project and it's another rebuild, which will take time, and we've got to give the manager it. But Harry Kane immediately, all he said, I want the club, as long as the club match my ambition and see that we're going in the right direction, I will stay and give my all for Tottenham. And you saw how well he did under Jose. We know what he did under Poch, so I can't see any different with Conte now. Harry Kane is probably walking into with the biggest smile at White Hart Lane or in Enfield right now. And hopefully this will be the start. And obviously he loves Everton. Harry Kane loves playing against Everton. So I wouldn't be surprised if he gets two on Saturday. Oh, Sunday.
Interesting. Ayaz Iowa says, if Conte can make this squad play as last year against Man City, Arsenal at home and Liverpool away with consistency, then we can reach top 6 for sure. Yeah, and I would agree with that. Sean Butler says, can anyone tell me the last 3 big money January transfers that ended up being a value for money and worked out?
Lucas Moura's one.
Lucas Moura
is definitely one. Here we go. This is one thing. Where's Simeon when you need him?
Exactly. He'll remember every January.
Where is Simeon when you need him? But yeah, it's got to the point where we don't normally do well in January. Or we can say Luis Ryan Nelson, shall we?
Yeah.
January hasn't been good for us, but this time I think this will be the exception. This will be the exception because obviously Conte's going to stamp his authority on it. So come back and ask us that question on February the 1st. And then I think we'll be able to give you 2 or 3 names straight away. But for me,
I can't really remember January transfers, to be honest. Lucas Moura was one, yeah. Stephen Bergwijn was one.
Did we get Jermaine Defoe in January? But
we did, yeah.
So Jermaine Defoe, you'd have to say, was one. But I don't think that was when transfer windows were in. So I think that was just a transfer. So I would say Defoe.
Someone's saying Delhi was in January. I don't think Delhi was.
No, we bought Delhi in January, but we lent him back to MK Dons for the season.
That was it.
And then he came back. So you can give that half a point.
Sean Butt, that was that. Aran Dub says, as much as I love Ericsson, the truth is harsh. We can't bring him home. His health is more important. That's absolutely spot on. El Saeed says, sorry for the poor English, but the irony is none of these could have happened if Levy hadn't appointed Paratici.
Listen, I still say when you look at, like I said to you, when we were talking about Ten Hag yesterday, and I said like the business model smacks of Ten Hag, I also felt the same about Louis Campos for this role. Paratici, don't get me wrong, is fantastic at what he does, but at Juventus he was signing Ronaldos and everything like that. I just didn't think with the budget Daniel Levy would have given him, would have been able to do the job that he did. But
You
now,
also got to remember at Juventus, right? They got relegated.
Yep.
They got relegated, and Antonio Conte took them over in Serie B, didn't he? And
did indeed.
Paratici, I'm pretty sure Paratici was there at that time.
I believe so.
So what I'm saying is that he didn't just start off signing Ronaldos. He got to that stage
Yep.
because of hard work.
Of course.
It wasn't just, Paratici comes in, he gets the coffers, he gets Ronaldo. They had a lot of hard work to do from bringing the football club back from the doldrums.
Oh, correct. I mean, you look at it. He brought Pogba to the club. He signed some good players, and he identified some really good young talent that did brilliant there, or they managed to sell for a huge profit. And I think if what we are being led to believe is correct, and Levy does give him the money, then, like I said, we will be calling him Don very, very soon, or I will be calling him Don.
I'm calling him Don right now.
And like I said, without Paratici, there's no Romero at the club. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
So he's already showed what he can do. And let's just hope there's more players of that calibre come January.
Definitely. Nasser Al-Qadi with the Super Chat member for 3 months. A big up yourself and thank you so much for all the support. Saying another coach that would have reignited the Hurricane is Redknapp. Remember Crouch and Defoe at Portsmouth and Spurs? He's the one that brought out Bale. But you got to remember, first of all, Harry Redknapp is retired.
Yep.
And Harry Redknapp hasn't been in a job for a very long time. So you may as well bring back Alex Ferguson or someone like that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't get that why people are bringing up Harry Redknapp now. Like when Nuno was going bad, just give it Harry Redknapp. I don't get it.
The only reason I think that was mentioned was because Harry Redknapp would have instantly made the fans happy because of his charisma, because of his personality, because of his.
Is he still that man though?
I think he's still that man, but I don't think he can do it on the football pitch anymore. Like we saw, he did that show, which I love, that show where he does it with the England players and they go and play. I can't remember what the show was called.
Yeah, me neither.
And you can see that it was just light-hearted and he cannot go back into professional football now. He can talk about it, but I just don't think, for his own health as well, especially at Tottenham, that he could do it. I just don't think he could cut it. I'd rather have Martin Jol.
Yeah,
I would have rather had Martin Jol come back.
Well, we actually asked him to come back when we interviewed him.
I saw that.
We asked him to come back, and he wasn't having it.
He is a legend.
I love that man so much.
But for me, he is the catalyst to where we are now.
Martin Jol, he 100% got what it meant to manage this football club. He was such a lovely man. I mean, he really was, and his like kind of attitude on the sidelines. I mean, this guy was absolutely top notch. He really was, and I just remember times when I was a little kid at the time. I was like, 14, 15, 16. And it was when I was properly getting into Spurs, properly going to away games and stuff like that. And I used to hang around like outside the West Stand, and he used to just walk out after the games and just chat to everyone for ages. He'd just stand there and just chatting to Spurs fans about the game, about what's going on at Spurs. I mean, the guy was top notch, the top quality man.
He was, and again, we found him because of Santini leaving immediately.
Yeah.
He came in, and I remember we lost our first 5 games under him, then won our next 5. But the first game, I think, was Arsenal 5, Tottenham 4 at White Hart Lane. And you could just see his attitude and charisma on the pitch, his interviews. And it was the first manager I remember going to see when the fans truly loved, and I mean loved, that man. And he loved the fans in return.
Yeah.
And I've got nothing but the biggest respect for him. I love that man with all my heart.
Completely agree. Lee, Tottenham fan UK, says, if Levy does not keep his promise in January, Conte will walk, then we all as a fan base have to push ENIC out, not just a section of the fan base. And I tell you now, if this Conte thing blows up in the air because of promises not being made, this whole fan base will be in unison. This whole fan base will come together as one. You saw how toxic it was getting the other night at Man United. It will be 1,000 times worse than that. It will be 1,000 times worse than that. And I think that the penny will finally drop with this whole fan base if the promises are not met. The penny will drop with this fan base, and everyone, not just a section of the fan base, everyone will start to realise what's actually going on at this football club.
most certainly. But the word toxic, yes, it will be toxic, but it won't be toxic between the fans because everyone will be like, okay,
Everyone will be on side.
It will be one fan base knowing what to do. And if when we know that this has happened, if that does happen and he walks, I will tell you now, like I'm here for the NFL protests, I will be on the earliest plane I can back to come lend my support again because that will be literally, there's no turning back. There's no turning back.
When you got on a plane from Toronto to England, could you imagine when you were going back, Antonio Conte would be our manager?
No, not in a million years. If someone said to me, "What's your odds?" I'd have been, "You got damn crazy." I really didn't think, but I also didn't think when I got on the plane from Toronto that we would have been so bad.
Yeah.
And things weren't good after Palace, and then I think the next game was Chelsea when I was here when we went together. I couldn't have thought that this time that I've been here, the only win we would have had would have been Villa. The Europa Conference League games been so poor. Apart from the home one against, what's their names?
Mura.
There you go. I was about to say Mulder. But yeah, I could not have thought this was going to happen, and especially when I was coming over and Arsenal were bottom of the league, I thought, oh my God, we're going to get a win at the Emirates against the filth, but that happened again. It's just been, but yeah, I go back on Friday, and if someone had said to me, Conte will be in charge, I would have bit your hand off.
Bob Spur TV with the super chat. Big up, Bob. Once again, he says, shift in mindset pending. Over to you, Levy. And that's quite right, isn't it? I mean, you know, Paratici and Conte can only bring people to the door, and it's all about getting them through the door, isn't it?
It is. It's kind of like when the kind of position he's got himself into. The only way I can say it is like when there's an armed robbery going on, the police say you are surrounded. Come out. Yeah, he is now surrounded. He has got himself where there is no way out. Either he backs him, and a lot of the pressure comes off him from a lot of people, or he does what he normally does, and then we'll be like vultures all over him, and he will have to go. But again, it's like Bosper said, it's over to him now to fulfil his promises.
I've got a feeling, I do have a feeling this is going to be different for some reason. I really do. What's your feelings on it? Do you think it's going to be different?
I think it has to be. I still can't believe it because obviously my feelings towards him, but one of the most important things to me is not just the money and who we bring in, it's does Conte and Paratici have the authority to sell players for the value that is offered rather than trying to meet Daniel Levy's inflated market price. If let's say we've heard the rumours of wings for 40, if a bid came in for like, let's say 22 million, just random number, do they have the authority to say, yep, we'll take it, off you go, bye, because these players need to get out. Yeah. These players need to get out because whilst the poison's there, I know Conte will not allow it to seep into the club even more, but we have to get these players out. And I think it's more important getting them out than getting the players in.
Yeah. Greg Salent, new member, so welcome to the family. Great to have you. Iggy, big up Iggy. He's in the super chat saying, hi lads. Brian, how's the tattoo coming along?
Oh, here we go. So yeah, listen, me and Ben were talking. Ben knows I've already sent it to my artist in Toronto and he's given me a price. Ben's wonderful other half, Ashley, even messaged Ben yesterday saying, guess what? There's 2 tattoo artist shops in Potter's Bar. She's very excited for me to get this done. I've made a promise and it will be happening. Iggy even tweeted me saying I think it's the Italian flag. Iggy, it's not. It's the We Are Tottenham TV logo. And as a man of my word, it'll either get done whilst I'm here with Ben or it'll get done within the first 2 weeks of me being back in Toronto. But once this is officially announced, the tattoo is happening.
It's happening, people. It's happening. And Azad Hamid with the super chat saying, Conte's first order of the day is to drop Kane. He has been poor and disgraceful. He won't be getting with being so lackluster and still playing with Conte. But I completely disagree with that, actually, because I think Conte is the man to juice it out of Kane. Look at what he did with Lukaku last year. You know what I mean? He made Lukaku into one of the best strikers in world football right now. He's the reason why he got this big move to Chelsea, pretty much. I mean, I know Lukaku was a good player before he joined Inter Milan, but the way he is now is completely levels to what he was before Inter Milan. He really was. Conte made him kind of the player he is. He really did. So I think he can get it out of Kane. And I think if any manager, I don't think anyone could have done it but Conte, to be honest.
Well, the thing I will say with that comment, I completely agree with you, but it comes to the point now where to Thursday's game, does he drop him and say, right, just go do what you got to do for a couple of days and come back Saturday ready? Because we got to look at it now. We need to win this game. But do you risk playing a full strength squad or putting Sonny up top or whatever? But I think, like, I completely agree with you. If it had been any other manager, then you're looking at it. But I just think Conte, Harry Kane will be back to his best now.
Yeah. Aran Dub with the comments saying, at Bobspur TV, piss off. Oh, yeah, and spaghetti bolognese all week, bruv. Is that an inside joke? 'Cause I'm not too sure.
I've got no idea. No idea.
Russian Bear says, Martin, yo.
He's got nowhere, but we don't care. Martin, yo.
That's a good super chat there. That was one of my favourite chants at Spurs. It really is.
That and Pascal Shimbonda. I mean, that song is
what's
just
that coming over the hill? That one.
Yeah, that's just phenomenal.
Vasil Gwenov, brand new member. So welcome to the family. Great to have you. Baxty B is saying, do you see any way back for Dele, Winks, Tanguy and Davies with the fans? Should Conte turn them around? I mean, I can see a way back. I mean, well, what does a way back for Tanguy mean? I mean, he's been in the starting lineup pretty much for a while now, and he's probably one of our better players this season. But I think definitely Conte can get the best out of Tanguy. The other three remains to be seen, really.
Well, with Tanguy, he must be next to Kane as one of the happiest people at Tottenham right now, because he knows that this manager has been raving about him. He knows he's finally getting in, and there's a manager that appreciates him and complimenting him on the work he can do. So he's going to play him where he thinks he does best, and we all know what Tanguy is capable of. Dele Alli, hell no. Winks, hell no. Who was the others?
Davies.
No, I don't think there's, especially Davies. Davies and Dele, I think, absolutely gone. Winks, I want him gone. But will Conte give him a chance?
Probably give him a chance in the Conference League or the Cups or something.
Yeah,
like
you've got 2 games to try and save your career or you're gone. But I think the other ones, apart from Tanguy, like you said, Tanguy is going to excel, in my opinion. But the others are walking a very, very tight rope.
Yeah, definitely. And what I was saying before about that Henry and Conte interview, you know, Conte said that if anyone's not trying for him or if anyone's, not giving his all, he'd prefer to kill him. That's what he said, those words. He'd prefer to kill him. And that reminds me, I mean, that makes me think of Dele Alli. And I actually think Dele Alli might start well under Conte, but then it might go a bit sour after a bit, and then he really will get killed.
Oh, he will. When you watch that interview, you look at Antonio Conte and you look at him in his eyes, and you're like, he ain't joking. He is not joking. He's going to kill me. I just don't think there's a way back from Dele. We might have the glimpse, and he might go to Dubai and get a bigger 6-pack, and he might run around a bit, and for me, he's done. His attitude is absolutely appalling, and it has been since near the end of Poch. A brief glimpse of hope at the beginning of Jose, and then just absolute nonsense. And I think he's burnt all his bridges.
And the point is that, like, he always, when a new manager comes in, starts performing. Remember under Jose Mourinho, who's our best player for a few weeks.
Yep.
And then it always turns sour because of his lack of intent in training and what have you. So I'm not really holding my breath. But what I want to say on Conte, right, is that even if you don't agree with some of the decisions he makes, we need to back him 100%. Us as a fan base need to come 100% behind him. Any decision he makes, we need to back 100%, because this guy is a top level manager. He's one of the best managers in the world, and he knows what he's doing a lot more than any of us. And we need to back him 1,000,000%. Any decision he makes, anything he says, this guy is going to be right.
Oh, completely. I mean, the thing as well, our days of being reactive rather than proactive on substitutions, those days are gone. And like you said, you have to back every single thing he does, because the man knows what he's doing. He also, we spoke about yesterday, after that defeat to the Filth, he was like, right, I'm going back to 3-5-2. straight away 14, it pretty much won them the league. That defeat to the filth pretty much won them the league, and they just soared up and went on that 14-game winning run, which ironically we ended. So yeah, this guy completely knows what he's doing, and I think it's going to take him a few weeks. I think this international break as well is going to do him the world of good, because unlike the World Cup in Russia, where 3/4 of our team were on international duty, I don't think it's so much the same anymore. So he's going to get some time with quite a lot of players, and then come back ready and raring to go after the international break, which is the home game for Leeds, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Which will be his first Premier League home game, and that place will be buzzing against a very attacking Leeds side, and it should be fireworks. And like you said, we have to back everything he says, everything he does.
Completely agree. Rish Brown says we should stop looking back. We're all guilty of it. This is the first appointment in my lifetime of a top manager at the top of his game. Can't wait. And that's absolutely spot on as well. I mean, when you look at the Jose Mourinho appointment, yes, he was a top manager. Yes, he is a top manager, but he wasn't at the top of his game. The difference is here, Antonio Conte is a top manager at the top of his game in his prime. 5 league wins in 7. 5 league wins in 7. That's just nuts to me.
It is, and you think he's done it with 2 different teams in Italy. Inter hadn't won the league, I think it was for 11 or 12 years. Yeah. And he managed to do it there. With the Chelsea team, that season they were sensational. And yeah, like I said, I would say as well, it's probably the first top manager in my lifetime that we've actually got out and signed. Like Pochettino will always have a very, very strong, but he was not classed as a top manager when we signed him. Mm-hmm. I agree. I think it's probably like you said, Jose we signed, who is an elite manager, but he was on the decline. Whereas this guy is right at the peak of his career. And I agree with that. It's probably the strongest manager we've hired in my lifetime as well.
Yeah. Brandon Troller, big up Brandon, says, nothing like waking up at 6 in the morning and seeing Conte's face on a Spurs thumbnail. Don't wake me up. I must be dreaming. Brilliant. And Cyan with the super chat saying, whom do you think are the players going out of the winter transfer window? Also, who will be the first players coming in? I mean, your guess is as good as mine, but I think it all depends on the start, because I think everyone must get a clean slate. I mean, a new manager's coming, everyone's going to get a clean slate, but I think the bad eggs will be weeded out pretty quickly under Conte.
I agree with that. I mean, literally, I think in January we might see a lot of loans going out. Like might be Harry Winks and Dele, like just those 2, for example, that will go out with an option to buy or an obligation to buy, just to clear some space so we can get players in. But like I said, he's gonna weed those players out very, very quickly.
Yeah. Gethin Jones, new member, so big up, thank you, and welcome to the family. Another super chat from Hotspur TV, and this is one for you, Brian. Okay. He says, I'm seeing you Thursday, Daigle. Tattoo live stream?
Well, if it's here, Ben's going to be... If you're free Thursday, then if it's announced, we can do it Thursday. We can do it Thursday.
Well,
why not?
Bob, come to Potter's Bar and we'll sort it out. Lemon King, brand new member, so big up. Thank you and welcome to the family. Av Master with the super chat saying, I'm happy that Conte is coming in. I am positive with what he can do with Kane and Son. It's all down to Levy now. Next stop, January transfer window. Come on, you Spurs. Yeah, I mean, it's down to Levy to start writing those checks, but I think it's down to Paratici and Conte to identify the targets they want, identify the flaws in the squad, identify who needs to leave the club, and identify who needs to come into the club.
So, do you know what? Let's talk about that for a minute, because do you remember we saw that list yesterday of the 7 players he kind of identified, and we went over them. I think it's a bit strange that came out so early. Like, these are the players, right?
Yeah, you don't know how true it is. You
exactly.
Know, it could be just media jargon.
Exactly. I mean, De Ligt, I'd love De Ligt.
Yeah, I just can't see De Ligt.
But like I keep saying, Vlahovic is the one I want. But the first part of business for me, and I don't know what people in the chat feel, has to be another striker. It's been too long. This needs to be rectified. Mm-hmm. And it has to be, at all costs, that striker in first.
Yeah. Tim Anton with the super chat saying, Davies is a decent left back, not a starter, but decent enough. Name another top 6 backup left back that is better. A top 6 backup left back that is better than Davies. Well, I think even the Arsenal backup left back is better than Davies. That Nuno Tavares. I think probably
Who's Chelsea got? Chilwell and
Smeekas is probably better than Davies.
Who's Chilwell? Couldn't get in the squad of
Marcus Alonso's better than Davies. Yep. Alex Telles is probably better than Davies. All these players are pretty much better than Davies in my opinion.
This is the other thing as well. We don't want to have. That's not the way we need to think and say what better left back is there. We need to have two. Like when we had Davies and Rose, peak Poch, and he was rotating. The whole defence knew what they were doing. So it weren't a case of you offer something different. Every person that went into that defence knew that role, and Davies was very good then. Mm-hmm. But time has caught up with him. The style of football has changed, and he just can't do it. And we saw that with the Ronaldo goal on Saturday, and we knew it. One chance, one shot, one goal. That's what Ronaldo gives you, and you lost him in the build-up to that goal, and that's what cost us.
Yeah, Davies. I mean, there's too much sentiment now at this football club with these players that have been here for too long. It's just time to get them out. It's time to get them out. They've been here for too long. They've overstayed their welcome. I'm not saying I hate them or anything, but thank you for your service. But players need to move on. That's the facts of the matter.
We are at our club. We are so we like to keep these players along, and it's got to stop. When you've got to finals and semi-finals, you haven't got over the line. You've got to be like, right, like managers say, I've taken the club as far as I can go. These players are not up to where we want to go. So we've got to stop being sentimental and saying, yeah, but he's been here for 3 years, 4 X, Y, Z years, and move him on and freshen the squad up. It's what we need to do, and it's what Conte will do.
Yeah. Definitely. Brad Matthews with the super chat. Big up, Brad. He says, good morning, lads. So busy working from home, but can't drag myself away from the screen. Absolutely spot on. I mean, I couldn't sleep last night. I really couldn't. I was refreshing Twitter. I was speaking to all the Spurs fans that also are in the same boat as me. Everyone, this fan base is just so excited and so rightly so, isn't it? I mean, it's just like, I can't explain to you the actual massiveness of this transfer. I really can't. It's absolutely mental to bring Antonio Conte into this football club. It's massive. Anyway, let's move on. Andrew Sabash with the super chat saying, where do you see injury-prone Sessegnon? I was excited about his signing, but we've had nothing out of him. And with Ryan Sessegnon, unfortunately, I haven't seen anything from him to suggest that he's going to succeed at Tottenham. Yes, I know he's got time on his side. Yes, I know he's a young player. But at the end of the day, he can't get a run of games. And when he does get a run of games, he gets injured. And when he does go in the team, he looks like a boy playing against men. He needs to bulk up. Maybe he needs a loan move again, but I wouldn't send him to Germany. Maybe send him to another team in the Premier League. If he can get some consistent minutes down in the Premier League, then maybe we can see what he's about. But we got no time. We got no time just to hand people minutes willy-nilly. I mean, for me, what I saw from Fulham, why he was such a good player was his ability to get the ball on the byline, his ability to take on his man, his ability to arrive late in the box and get a goal and get an assist. But he just hasn't shown that at Spurs. I felt like every time he's got the ball, he's lacked confidence to take on his man, hasn't really done that. And he needs to gain his confidence back if he's going to succeed at Tottenham. And yes, he did it in the Championship, but you got to remember, in the Premier League the season after, he didn't really do it. He really didn't do it. And 30 million we paid for him. So it's a bit steep in my opinion. So we're going to have to wait and see how it plans out with Ryan Sessegnon. But I'm just unsure if he's going to make it at Spurs. But like I said, he's got time in his side. He's a very young player. But in a Spurs shirt, I just haven't seen anything from him to say that he's going to be a big player. I don't know what your feelings on Ryan Sessegnon are. Do you think he can succeed at Tottenham?
Oh, that's another left wing back we haven't even spoken about.
Yeah,
he's got all the potential. We've seen what he did at Fulham. But how many times we've had these players that have got the potential, but then to pick up these injuries that just keep reoccurring and
he's literally injured more than bloody Darren Anderton.
Yeah, it's on par, isn't it? It's on par. But you know what? The other person we haven't even spoken about is the goalkeepers. Does Hugo now, does Conte say, right, I want you on a new contract? Galini could benefit because it's another Italian in. So you got to look at the goalkeeping situation now. And is Conte's one of his first things to do? Say, right, Hugo, here's a contract. Off you go, sign it up.
It's interesting, isn't it? It's interesting which way we go with it. But Hugo's got to be looking at this and being like, all right, this is finally a statement of intent from Tottenham after all these years of being here. In my opinion, would I give Hugo a new contract? I think it all depends on who's out there. I don't think Galini is the answer to replace Hugo Lloris, because I just think Hugo Lloris, he's been such a good player for this football club. He is such, I think he's had world-class abilities of a goalkeeper. And as much as I rate Galini, because I do rate Galini, I just think Lloris is just the levels above, levels and levels and levels above.
Oh, no, 100% he's levels above. I think in Galini, we've got someone that could potentially, and there's that word again, potentially become a great keeper. Not saying Hugo's level, but who knows. But you're right, Hugo has been a wonderful servant, has been with us through thick and thin, and there have been many seasons where people have come in for him and he has stayed. His distribution, though, has got worse and worse and worse. I get heart attacks when the ball's at his feet. I really do.
Who's that, Golini or
no,
Lloris?
Lloris. But if I was Nuno now, God, stop doing that. Conte coming in, I think I'd offer him another year. And then you can use that. If Galini isn't the one, you've got another year to scout that proper keeper you want. Because we've got to, we identify the other positions as more important than that. So another year for Hugo, if that was available or an option, I would definitely offer it to him.
And you know what, with Hugo, right? People like to put him down sometimes for his flaws and his mistakes and stuff like that, which he does have. There's no two ways about it. But I've just got a feeling when Hugo Lloris leaves this club, we're going to just be like, and just think about what we actually had there, because he is a top level keeper in my opinion, and I think that people are very quick just to throw him away.
Well, the thing, what I love doing with Hugo, and I've watched many videos of him, we all look at our great strikers or midfielders and look at their skills or goals. If you go onto YouTube and look at Hugo Lloris saves, when he first came to us, like they say Peter Schmeichel saved 12 points for United. Hugo Lloris, every single game will produce one world-class, and I do mean world-class save. His shot stopping is simply outstanding. And has kept us in games on many, many occasions. Just like I said, as he was a sweeper keeper to begin with, wasn't he? He used to run off his line and everything.
Yeah.
He used to be really good with his feet, but somehow his footwork has let him down recently. But shot stopping, he is simply sensational.
I completely agree. Bob's just sent me a tweet to read out from Rob Guesty. And it says Antonio Conte is waiting on a work permit so he can take Tottenham training once it is confirmed as new Spurs head coach. So that's what we're waiting on at the moment for Antonio Conte. But it looks like he will be taking a training session today, and it looks as though he will be in the dugout for Thursday night as well. And on Thursday night, by the way, there's been an influx of ticket sales, hasn't there, over the past 24 hours. And I went on the ticketing website maybe about 48 hours ago, and there were so many tickets available. And then I went on last night, and you can see they're starting to sell. They really are starting to sell. So the Conte era is about to begin, people.
But do you know what I want to say about that? Obviously, it looks like this deal is done. Let's go past that. But I used to think, isn't it like players, like if you don't sign by a certain time, you can't play? And in Conte's choice, in this particular instance, Conte, can he manage the game on Thursday?
That's a good question.
Because I think there's like a deadline to where he can obviously be in the ground and in the director's box and walk onto the pitch and do the waves and everything. But I think there's a cut-off time, like players when they need to sign, that allows him to manage that game or not. So obviously the effect of him being there is going to be massive.
Well, I think we'll know by tomorrow. If he gives that press conference tomorrow before the game, we'll know he'll be in the dugout. Yeah. If it's Ryan Mason, let it be Ryan Mason for one game, you know what I mean?
Well, this is the thing as well. With Conte coming in, does Ryan Mason have a job? Does he go that deep into restructuring everything? Does he go, right, youth, we do this, everything's going? That's going to be interesting to see. But what a great mentor it could be for Mason. Yeah,
definitely. Do you think that this puts us in the conversation for top four this season?
Squad right now? No. I know we're only 5 points off top four, but I just think it's going to take him a little while to get everything across. But if we go and get a couple of ready-made, and I can't keep stressing that word or words enough, ready-made superstars ready to go, I think there could be a late push for fourth. but nothing more.
Do you not think that, you've got the top 3 clubs, Chelsea, Man City, Liverpool, who are miles ahead of us?
Yep.
Miles. I'm not saying that. But when you look at the other clubs, Manchester United are probably the 4th best club in the league. Anyone else that really think that threatens us in terms of strength in squad?
Oh, you can only say Leicester. You can
But
only
even
say
Leicester,
They're not doing great.
do you not think we've got a stronger squad than Leicester? Or do you think Leicester got a stronger squad than us?
That's a really hard question because you even look at it, just when you talk strikers, they got Iheanacho, Vardy, Daka, Tielemans, who I just think is such a wonderful player and is severely underrated. They just seem to keep churning out players, and I reckon obviously they fall away at the end, but their squad in depth and they're able to rotate and everything. I think at the moment is stronger than ours, but only because they have these players that can come in. But again, it takes 2 or 3 signings from Conte, and that changes drastically. Drastically.
Yeah. All right. Jason Groves with the super chat saying also what Conte did with the Italian squad, and that's absolutely spot on as well. Scorpion fan for life saying if Ajax etc. want Bergwijn, does Conte cash in now? He is more and more reminding me of Depay at Man U. How long do we give him? 40 EPL games, 4 goals. But he's still very young, and Depay was also very young at Man United, but I think Depay is one of the best players in the world right now. I mean, he got his Barcelona move. He's the talisman for the Dutch national team. And I think maybe Man United might be looking at thinking maybe we should have held on to him.
You have just taken word for word basically what I was going to say. Depay now is sensational. It's sensational, and I think that move came to Man United too soon, where there was so much expectancy on him and he couldn't do it in the English Premier League at that age. And I am a fan of Bergwijn. I just think he needs to have a manager that gives him a run of games consistently and utilises him to do what he does. And you can see even the games that he's played, all right, he hasn't been brilliant in all of them, but you can see he's trying to shoot. He's not just running aimlessly. He's
Sorry about that, guys, but we are back live. Keep going through the super chats. Hardcore Poverty says, you reckon Galini overtaking Lloris under Conte? Can't really see it, to be honest. I can't see it. Can you see that?
The only time I can see it is if Lloris gets a suspension or an injury and then he hits a purple patch. Because one thing I know Conte will do is he doesn't pick players on sentiment, he picks them on form. So that's something we've got to look forward to as well. If Galini, let's just say he does get an injury, please God he doesn't, and continues to do very, very, very well, it will be, well, it's your position now. It's for you to lose or Hugo to try and force back. So that's the only way I can see Galini getting in.
Yeah. And Stephanie with the super chat saying, what's the difference between Conte and Jose Mourinho? Well, in my opinion, the difference between Conte and Jose Mourinho is that I said it before in the stream, but I think Jose Mourinho, they're both absolutely world-class managers. They're both elite managers. But Jose Mourinho came here on the decline of his career.
Yep.
This is in the pomp of Antonio Conte's career. Like I said, 7 league campaigns, 5 titles. How many titles does Jose Mourinho win in his last 3 or 4 campaigns? You know what I mean? He didn't win any at Man United. So I think that, and this is a much, much bigger appointment than when we appointed Jose Mourinho, in my opinion.
Oh, there's no shadow of a doubt. If Levy wanted Jose for 20 years, and if we'd got him before United maybe, or before or after Madrid, then, before Madrid, then you would have had Jose at his peak, and then we would have seen the best of him. But like you said, what we're getting in right now is like when we keep saying, what I want to do is I want to see players coming that are the finished article and ready to go. This is exactly what Antonio Conte is in the management world. He is coming in, ready to go, experienced in the English league, fluent in English. Players will respect him. Players will fear him. And not just that, the effect he's going to have, mark my words, on other teams, knowing that he's there. You'll watch now, even Sky Sports or whoever on Soccer Saturday, when they're talking about the Conte factor is massive. Massive. And that's the difference. They're both similar type managers, but like I said, one is reached the top of the hill and is on the way down, whereas Conte is right on the peak.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Iggy with another super chat saying, go get Spinazzola and Emerson Palmieri. I mean, Spinazzola in the Euros was absolutely
for me, player of the tournament.
He was brilliant. It was just a shame he got that massive injury right at the end. But I just can't see Jose Mourinho letting him come to us so easily.
No, I mean, I can't. But you know what? In that list as well that we saw, and I really like what I saw him, was Chiesa. In that list that we saw published.
I just can't see that.
But that would be a great signing because I really, really like the look of him. And one thing I will say as well, when this all comes up, and I know we're going to be linked with a lot of Italian players for obvious reasons, Iggy is the person to listen to, and Iggy is the person that will know it. So if you watch Tottenham away or you see Iggy on anywhere, he is pretty much the YouTube Romano when it comes to Italian players. And if Iggy says an Italian player is worth a punt, trust me, he's worth a punt.
And yeah. Oh, it's been announced.
Are you being serious?
It's been announced.
Right.
So, everyone, Antonio Conte is in the door, people. Antonio Conte is a Spurs manager. Let me just turn around that laptop and see. Look at this, people. Look at this. Antonio. Right,
it's a Thursday tattoo then.
It hasn't been announced on the Spurs Twitter yet. That was just from the Spurs Express. I don't know where they're seeing this, seeing it from. I don't know if it's a real picture or not.
1 second, I'll just turn the sound down. Wait a minute, Conte is now, okay, it's been spoken about on... if anyone watches this PS5 and stuff, which is basically they take stuff from TalkSport, they're now saying Conte is now Tottenham manager, big changes to come. I think this is done. Well, we knew it was pretty much done, but I think this is gospel now.
Yeah, I don't actually think this is an official announcement thing, but it's definitely on the way. It's definitely on the way.
The work permit got done quickly, didn't it? Blooming hell.
But yeah, there's actually been nothing put out by the club yet. So hold your horses, people. I was just getting a bit too overexcited there. Let's keep going through the super chats. David Weinstock saying Dele Alli and Harry Winks are crapping their pants at the moment. 100%. 100%.
Dele Alli haircut incoming.
Jason Well saying he's trying to shoot, not just trying to running aimlessly. You made your point well, Brian. I can't remember what point that was. Do you remember what he was talking about?
What was that? Say the comment again.
He was trying to shoot, not just running aimlessly.
It might have been when we were talking about Harry Kane and he was playing him up top more. When you were saying playing him up top by himself,
right?
Literally more within what Conte's comments were about him during the Euros. It may have been that.
Danny Kiriakou really wants you to check your phone.
Danny Kiriakou. Let's have a look. I think he was saying about getting a ticket for the game, and he was. Danny, I would love to go to that game, but it's the night before I fly back to Toronto, and I have made it a commitment to this wonderful
We've
TV
got him
channel.
in here, people. We've got him in here.
I will be here with John Cooper for the watch along. So as much as I would love to go, I will be here in the We Are Tottenham TV studios.
But Danny, speak to Bob Spur, because we've all booked tickets together. So book next to us, and you'll be good. You'll be good, and we'll be sending in loads of content through to the studio for them to see, especially when Antonio Conte walks out that tunnel. I cannot wait. Jason Whale with another super chat saying, as we speak, Conte is walking Davies, Dyer, Winks and Delhi out into a remote field. They are being asked to dig their own graves.
What a great comment. What a phenomenal comment.
Let's see, has anything been announced yet? I did say I think it's going to be a 12 o'clock announcement.
You did, just
20 minutes to go. What did you say?
Well, you were saying that when we had our technical issue. That's exactly what you said. You had a feeling for 12. So we shall see. But I think now we can say it's a foregone conclusion.
Mintu Lee saying, last time Brian and John took the show, they missed my super chat. Better not be missing any of Mintu Lee's super chats.
I must admit, at that point, I didn't have a laptop there. John did, but I'm not throwing John under the bus. But that game,
you just did.
No. I'm not like you when you said to Mintu Lee, I put her in a timeout. It's not one of those. It's not one of those. That game, because obviously it wasn't being broadcasted by any of the major TV networks. When there was a lull in play, so to speak, we got talking and reminiscing about stuff. So we may have missed a few, but I promise you, Mintu Lee, we will not miss a single thing on Thursday.
All right, I think it is time to go to the phone lines. Let's see who's called in. If you want to call in, the link is in the community section right now for all members. So if you want to have your say on Antonio Conte, if you want to have your say on how you think it's going to pan out on Antonio Conte, I want to know who is going to be the winners and the losers from the Antonio Conte regime. And I want to know who you think is going to be first in the door, first out the door. I want to know all your opinions. And generally, I just want to see your smiling faces, because we haven't seen smiling faces for a long time on this channel. And it's time to get positive. It's time to back the manager, and it's time to get behind this great club that is Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. It's time to get the positive mentality back seeping through this great football club. And just before we go through the lines, we've got 2,134 people watching with us right now, but only 473 likes. So everyone scroll down, smash that like button, smash that subscribe button, and let's get through to the phone lines. And let's start off with Connor. Connor, how's it going, man?
Yes, boys. Ben Bentua, welcome.
Come on. How's it going, man?
Oh, mate, I'm absolutely delighted. Honestly, I feel reconnected with this club again after 2 years of almost being in a depressed state of the constant regression we've been in. It's so early days, but this is what being a football fan's all about. It's about getting excited. It's about backing the club, backing the team, and being as one as a community, and I'm absolutely loving it.
Yeah, me and you both, mate. And I think everyone, I mean, it's time now for us as a fan base to all come together and literally listen to every single word this manager says and back him to the hills. The chairman needs to back him to the hills. Him and Paratici, we've seen what they can do together at Juventus. Brought them back from Serie B and made them a force again in the Italian league. However many titles in a row they've won. This man has won 5 titles in his last 7 full seasons, and that's not just titles like FA Cup or League Cup or any random rubbish like that. This is 7 league titles. 7 league titles.
Yeah, his achievements are just second to none, and we really do have to thank Paratici for this, because without him this deal wouldn't have been done, and that's a fact.
Yep.
We know Daniel Levy would not have approached Conte.
Well, we know he did approach Conte, and he couldn't get him over the line, could he?
Yeah, but this is all down to Paratici, so a big thanks to him. The thing that excites me the most is the fact that they've worked together before. We've seen them work. Okay, they worked at a different club and probably a bigger club in their respective league, so to speak. With no disrespect to us, but it's so exciting. The fact that the possibilities that we can now achieve under Conte is massive.
Completely agree.
The thing that excites me the most is the fact that they must have a similar approach to football, to managing, to which players they want to target, to which they want to go for. You know, there's trust, there's a relationship there between the two of them. So straight away, Conte is going to come in and he's going to see within a week that Davies isn't up to scratch, Dele's not up to scratch, Winks isn't up to scratch. He then goes to Paratici and says, look, these guys aren't up to scratch. We need to find a way out for them. And Paratici won't question him on that. He'll understand straight away. Conte knows exactly what he's talking about and he'll look for a way out with these players. We might finally see, you know, the Deadwood, so in the greatest respect, get a natural exit to the club and bring in some new, fresh talent and some legs.
Well, Ashley's just messaged me and she's just said that Spurs have just posted out a tweet on Antonio Conte and deleted it straight away. I'm not sure. Maybe they just weren't ready to announce it yet, but I'm sure just hold your horses. No one panic just yet, but I'm sure it's still going to go over the line. Don't you worry about that. But in terms of the winners and losers, Connor, of this squad, who are going to be the winners from this squad under Antonio Conte?
Well, firstly, I couldn't agree more with what you were saying about Hugo. I think he's been with us for so long now. He's for sure a winner under Conte now. You know, he really has been with us through thick and thin, and you never see any bad publicity from him. You never see any reports from the Sun, whatever, of him saying anything negative about his teammates. He's always loyal. He's always respectful, and he's stuck with the club through thick and thin. I think he deserves to keep his captaincy. And I think he's definitely a winner under Conte. I think Conte is going to absolutely love Hotspur. The dedication he has is exactly what Conte wants from his players.
It's exactly what Conte was as a player, Connor. It's exactly what Conte was as a player.
And this is great because we're now going to not have players that aren't committed to the badge, that don't want to be there and are happy putting half-assed sloppy performances in and collecting their paycheck. They're not going to be playing for us anymore.
I've got to say,
Conte,
sorry, Connor, go on, you finish.
Sorry. Conte won't stand for that. I think Harry Kane is a separate issue. I think he's a separate egg altogether to the different eggs in that category. But, you know, the likes of the Winks, the Delis, they'll probably get a go under Conte. I don't think he'll rule them out straight away, but their true colours will come to light eventually, so, you know, they'll be cast aside.
You know what I'm loving as well is that in the training ground now, there's going to be that fear factor.
That is the tweet they deleted.
That's the tweet. Okay.
Yeah, I'll try and find this myself now.
So the tweet they deleted was that picture I showed you of Antonio Conte holding up the Spurs shirt, and it's basically saying, welcome to Tottenham Hotspur, Antonio Conte. So, not sure why they've deleted it.
The visa's not in yet.
Well, it must be the permit, surely.
It's got to be, but yeah, seeing him there in the trade ground, what I was saying is that fear factor that all those players are going to have now, that they are going to be under scrutiny and there's no more messing about and everything is being monitored. I'm so excited for this. I'm so excited for this. And what you were saying as well about Paratici, Ben and I have different opinions of this at the moment, but only slightly. I can see where Ben's coming from completely. Right now, once this appointment is official, it's official, but let's say officially official.
Don.
Do you call him a Don right now for doing this still, or do you, like me, think, let's see what happens in January, and if he gets the money and the players, and then he's earned that title?
I think I'd side more with you, Daigle. Yeah, I think he needs to get a little bit more to get the Don label. But, I mean, this piece of work he's done here is second to none. Let's not get it twisted. It's brilliant. Conte was the best possible replacement for Nuno, the best possible.
Yeah,
and we've done it. We've got it over the line. Any other candidate, I don't think, would have been nowhere near as to the level of Conte. So maybe Ten Hag, but he's currently with Ajax. I mean, from the managers available, he was the best, and he's got it done.
And you've got to give a massive thank you to Manchester United and Cristiano Ronaldo for making this all happen.
Absolutely. We won. We lost the battle, but we won the war.
Yeah, 100%.
Connor, who's the first player you bring in? It doesn't even have to be a player by name. What position do you reckon we have to identify immediately?
Well, if we're going to be working on a back three, I think we need a new centre half. I've been reading on De Vrij and Skriniar. Of course, Skriniar, we know him well. But I think probably actually I take that back. Backup striker, then a centre half. I think they're two signings that we 100% need in January. 100% need. I'd love Vlahovic and De Vrij or Skriniar personally.
Skriniar, I've wanted since we were trying to get him. I love him, and I think him and Romero could be an absolute. We could be to the levels of Jan and Toby. They could be that good together, in my opinion, with a bit of work. But yeah, I think we need to solve this striker issue immediately. To not only because I think Kane's going to go up 10 gears now, but we need him to stay there, and he needs competition, not a backup. Genuine competition, and then it also gives Conte the option to play two up top, and then it gives Kane the chance to be like the Teddy Sheringham role and drop deep, and Vlahovic can go. I think that deal is essential.
Who to drop
I couldn't
deep?
agree more.
I'm saying if we got Vlahovic and we play two up top, Kane can then drop deep to play like the Teddy Sheringham role, and there's a genuine striker up there to be there and do.
Where does that leave Son though? Because Son, I don't want to see Son playing left wing back. That's for sure.
Oh hell no! Oh hell no! But isn't it nice and refreshing to talk about this and say like how his Son get in and Vlahovic? I mean, we're just speculating now, but to have to say like we're playing two up top and there's Son, Vlahovic, and Kane. The competition for places is going to tend them up levels, absolute levels, and this is what we want to be hearing, not who plays Winks or Dele. Mm-hmm. That's the kind of competition for places you want. Those three we just mentioned.
Definitely. Travis Kendall with the super chat saying Conte's video announcement will be him giving Dele, Winks and Davies the walk of shame on the skywalk.
The kiss the ring.
How long do you reckon it takes Conte to wean out the kind of deadwood here at Spurs? Because in my opinion, everyone's back to kind of a clean slate, aren't they, Connor?
Yeah, I think everyone's back to a clean slate. I think, like you were saying about Dele, I think he will give it a go. He did this under Jose, and he tried to do it under Nuno, where he went to Dubai for a whole summer to try and really get fit and get ready for the new season. I think he will definitely put a lot of effort in. The same for everyone. I think everyone will. I think with Conte, I think he's the type of man. There's the type of coach where he's going to walk into that dressing room straight away, and there's an era about him. There's an air about him. He just demands respect. He's the type of person when he talks, you shut up, you listen, and you respect him. You know, they know what he's achieved. Not what he's achieved years ago, what he's achieved very recently, and they know that if they follow him, if they listen to him, as a club, we can actually achieve something. So if these players knuckle down, respect him, and basically do what he asks to the best they possibly can, they've all got a chance of having a fresh slate. But I think eventually their true colours will probably come to show. I mean, you're talking about the players that maybe just don't have the quality. Sadly, Harry Winks, I love the guy. I think he's Tottenham through and through, but just really sad. He just doesn't really have that quality. Ben Davies, he doesn't really have the quality. Perhaps maybe as a left centre-back, Conte might see him as a versatile squad player to keep, to maybe play that role. I don't know if he classes as homegrown.
He doesn't.
He doesn't.
Like Joe Roden doesn't. Wales are not considered homegrown, unfortunately.
Right. Okay. But I think these players will have fresh starts, and be interesting to see who really puts the front foot forward in the squad and who tries the hardest to make an impact. I think Bergwijn has a chance, like you say, Ben, to play as a wing back. If he has certain qualities, he might not be the best defensively in terms of reading the game, but he has that physicality. You know, he's quite athletic, he's quite strong, and he likes to press. So, you know, Conte likes to play the wing backs up high. So maybe him as a right wing back, rotating with Emerson maybe. I actually saw this morning there was an Athletic article saying that Emerson was a player that Conte identified as a potential replacement for Hakimi.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
I saw that. Yeah.
Well, that's another massive positive.
Yeah,
that's a massive positive. So that's a player that Conte is a big fan of, and It's the same for Ndombele. I can only imagine it's the same for Romero. I mean,
And obviously the
did
same for
bits.
Harry Kane as well.
Well, now we're
The
talking,
same for Harry Kane, labelled as his dream asylum.
Yeah.
now we're talking conspiracy theories. Let's throw one out there. Has this been in motion since the Tomiyasu deal fell through? Because we didn't have a reason for why it fell through. Then it was Everton, and Everton's debut was Palace, wasn't it?
What do you mean? Has the Conte deal been in motion since Tommy?
Because we're saying, like your grandpa was saying yesterday, this talks had to start somewhere. It hasn't been started since Saturday.
I don't think it started then. I believe these talks started as soon as we lost that Arsenal game.
That's
I
when you
genuinely
reckon?
believe that. I think that, you know, after those 3 games, it was widely reported that you know, he was on a short leash. Then you know, he was hanging by a thread, and then he won those 2 games. And then as soon as things started to go bad again, I mean, I heard Paratici just stormed out the stadium as soon as Edison Cavani scored and called up Antonio Conte and said, "Are you coming this time?" And then obviously he got the deal over the line. So big up Don Fabio. But Connor, do you think that we can get top 4 this year, or is it too early to put ourselves in the conversation?
Well, firstly, let's be excited and let's hope we do get top 4, because, you know, let's get on board. Let's all get excited, because that's what being a fan is about. We've got something to be real positive about here and real passionate about. You know, it's a change in the right step. So let's be positive and think we can get top 4. But realistically, it will be a struggle. The other teams up there have got such quality. I think, unfortunately, West Ham, if they keep this up, they're honestly with a chance, which is crazy. You know, Liverpool, City, Chelsea, they're shoo-ins for the top 3. So that 4th spot comes down to United, West Ham, Spurs, Leicester, and who knows, maybe Arsenal if they are starting to get a grip of things.
I don't like that Arsenal inclusion in there. I don't like that one whatsoever.
Neither do I. Neither do I. They've started to perform a little better lately, haven't they? Unfortunately, but there's a lot of competition for that 4th spot. But I do believe that we could get in there. Yeah, I mean, Conte is famed for really going in and making a change straight away, isn't he? For the better, and getting a lot out of the current squad. He's very good at turning average players into way better players. So, you know, our squad does have a selection of world-class players, but then unfortunately at the moment we do have a lot of average players. Yeah. But, you know, if he turns them average players into better players and they perform better as a unit and as a team, I don't think there's any reason why we can't get top 4. I think it is possible.
All right. Connor, always a pleasure, my friend. Thanks for coming on.
Cheers, Connor.
And we'll see you soon, I'm sure.
Lovely, lads. Honestly, so excited. Keep up the great work. You know, the past 2 years has been constant regression and depressing state, and you've churned out the content non-stop. So, you know, big up to you. Massive work ethic, and honestly, well done.
Thank you very much, Connor, and thank you for all your support and constantly coming on and having a word with us. People like you who really make this channel thrive. So thank you very much, and we'll see you soon.
Was that
lovely? Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. Always love speaking to Connor, that's for sure. We've got a brand new member, Lee, Tottenham fan UK, so big up. Thank you for joining the family. I'm getting a lot of
I'm just checking.
It is 12 o'clock, so maybe I was absolutely spot on.
Let's have a look.
It is announced. It's been announced, people. Buongiorno, Antonio. Wow, it's been announced.
Yep, it is. There's the video. It's done. It's official. Bang on Ben time. Well
Bang
done.
on, wasn't it?
Well done. It's game time.
It's game time. Antonio Conte is officially now the Tottenham Hotspur manager, and it is just making Tottenham fans all over the world go crazy right now, smiling. I mean, it is absolutely mental what has gone over at Tottenham in the last 48 hours. It really is. I don't know what to say anymore. This guy is here. He is finally here. Big up to Don Fabio for getting this over line. Really big up to Don Fabio. Let's get Ben Wills on, because I think he's ready.
I've never seen such excitement.
Let's bring Ben Wills on. Bring him on. Ben, talk to us, man. Talk to us, man. I can see your reaction in the background. Had to bring you on. Just talk to me. How are you feeling right now?
Mate, that's the best news. It brought a grin to my face instantly because I saw the Twitter post and then they deleted it. I was like, oh no, I couldn't believe it. It was going down, and now finally I got a grin to my face. I can't believe it. Oh, I'm about to cry. I can't believe it. To be honest,
it's one of those moments, Ben, when people say, "Where were you when Conte was officially announced?" You were the person on We Are Tottenham TV. As it was announced, your excitement, believe me, we could see it, was incredible. I think it's what every Spurs fan around the world is feeling right now, isn't it? It's like finally, like people have been saying, after 2 years of bad football, of negative aura, a weight has been lifted. The sun is shining in N17 right now, and we mean business. We mean business.
I think this is probably our last hope. This is the hope we were hoping for. We've been hoping so long that things would kick off, and finally it looks like it's going to happen.
It really is. I mean, what does this mean for Tottenham Hotspur Football Club right now? What does this actually mean, in your opinion, Ben?
A step up. It's a step up, I think, for us because. And Antonio Conte, his attitude towards football, like he's not a man to be joking around with. He's not a man that is not going to have the attitude that, for example, some players have. For example, Dele Alli. I'm sorry, but I actually wrote things down. And I even said I wrote it down. I said, Dele Alli, goodbye. It's that simple. His attitude has to go. He might have a chance for a bit, but to be honest, I don't think Dele's at. I think any manager saw it because I think Nuno even saw it that Dele Alli was starting, but then ended up not playing because his attitude's not in it. And Antonio Conte is not going to have any of that. He's going to, if he has to get you out, you're out, and that's it. You're done.
Exactly. That's it now. This mentality is over at Tottenham. Party time is over for these idiots in this squad. Party time is over. If you mess around with this manager, you are a dead man walking. Party time is over at this football club. The hard work starts now, people. The hard work starts now. There's no more pansying about on the football pitch anymore. There's no more of this lackluster performances anymore. Antonio, the boss, is here, people. The boss is here, and he will not be taking shit from anyone. Anyone.
Do you know what I love about this as well? For the international fans, like we're lucky, we're here, we're where it's all happening at midday, so it's a pipe. There's people like Eugene from Spurs TV who is going to bed or has been waiting for this like all day. It's like midnight or whatever time it is over there now. They're waiting to go to bed on it. There's people in Canada and America that are waking up to this and starting their day off fantastic. It's just incredible. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's actually really unbelievable. I couldn't, I was about to get a flight to England. When I saw the post got deleted on Twitter, I was about to get a flight to England. I was going to rip the mirror off Levy's head because I could not stand the fact that it might have not gone through. Just
Where
after
are you,
that.
Ben?
I live in Spain.
Okay.
Sunny Spain. Sim's in Spain at the moment. He's in Malaga. Yeah, he's in Malaga, I think, right now.
Holiday.
Yeah, I don't know how far that is from you, but
I'm in Barcelona. There's quite a distance.
he was running around Malaga last night, singing Antonio, drunk off his face. I mean, if any of you haven't seen it, go check out the We Are Tottenham Twitter. It's all plastered all over there. So the guy is absolutely over the moon, Simeon. I mean, just like all of us are. Like all of us. Go on, Ben.
Want to say is that we have to be patient with Conte because until January he's still got the same team that we had with Nuno and we had with Jose. We still got the same team. We have to be very patient with it.
Yeah.
And he might have the funds in January to start making some changes, but to be honest, I think until the summer after that, they won't spend all the money. It's the Daniel Levy way, isn't it? He'll have some funds for January, but the rest will be for the new season throughout the summer. I've got that weird feeling, so that's why I keep saying that we've got Conte. That's great, thank God, but we have to be patient because we've still got the same thing. We still have the same cause in the back, and we still got the same team as well. There's just so many players that are just too comfortable, having too much money, and not doing anything. which
Yeah.
hopefully will
Does this
come to
put
an
us
end.
back in the conversation for top 4 this season?
It really, I think it. Oh, I don't know actually. I think Conte's got the way to do it, but I think it goes back to the attitude of the players that we've got, and it depends as well on what players we might bring in January. It really depends, but I think we've got hope now. I don't think we had it before. I think we have the hope. We can have the hope this time. And I want to I'm not even being like a 50-50. I want to be like 75-25% that we will get the top 4, because I don't know, there's energy as well between the Tottenham fans. You can just feel that there's an energy now of real hype and happiness into the club that hopefully things are going to come through. My only kind of worry is Kane, because I think you said about it that he was dropping in deep and Conte would just want him in the 6-yard box. I think Kane doesn't want to be there anymore. I think Kane does not like the fact to fight for it in front of the goal. I think he'd rather stay a bit further back, maybe to just.
But I tell you what, if he was to join Man City, that's exactly where he'll be. He'll be in the 6-yard box. It's not like he's going to be dropping back for Man City.
Yep.
I think he'll be there to be on the end of all those wonderful players' end of their balls and all that kind of stuff.
I spoke to my granddad, who he's watching in England, and he doesn't support Tottenham, but he watches it so we can have a chat every once in a while. And he says that he seems like he doesn't look, he thinks that Kane's not looking for that fight inside the 6-yard box. He's like hiding. And I
kind of agree with that right now, but
bang on.
I think Antonio Conte can bring something else out of him. And I think Antonio Conte is the only manager, in my opinion, that can come in and get Kane on side. It's the only manager.
I really hope so too. It has to happen. This is the moment for Spurs to actually progress forward, I think. Thank you, Ben Davis, for that mistake you did. I mean, you're a great player, but I don't think you're Champions League player, and I'm thankful.
Yeah, someone was saying on Twitter the other night, I think it was Ariane, that Ben Davis deserves a statue outside the stadium for his role in bringing Antonio Conte back to the club, to the club.
The other one I saw was a photo of someone saying that's twice Lucas Moura saved us, once with Ajax and once with a substitution. So there's
Give him a statue.
Yeah, there's the other way to look at it, because
Moura sexuals assemble, people.
Oh, big time. I mean, it's just, like I said, the atmosphere now. The atmosphere is going to be rocking tomorrow, even for a Conference League game. Again, I think he has signed, because I think it might be Wednesday, the day before midday. I think he will be the manager for the game, but that's going to be rocking. Everton are probably thinking, "Oh, sugar, here we go."
I feel bad a bit for Nuno though, because I think he wasn't given the chance. I think, but because of the situation we're in, it's not a bad decision to sack him, but I just feel bad for him because he wasn't given a chance. He was given a job that it's way overcomplicated for him, and I think he just took it. He wasn't even the first choice for us. He was 8th choice for us. So I feel a bit bad for him. But yeah, I'm really happy that Conte is here. It's just at least it's some positivity.
Yeah, definitely. But Ben, absolute pleasure as always getting you on, my friend. And thank you for coming on, and thank you for your positivity, and thank you for all your support.
You guys.
Cheers, Ben.
See you soon, brother.
Yes, come on!
A statement has been made on the club website. Antonio Conte is here. Antonio Conte appointed as new head coach. We are delighted to announce the appointment of Antonio Conte as our head coach on a contract up until summer of 2023 with an option to extend, which is an important point to make. Antonio has won titles in Serie A, including a hat-trick of Scudettos with Juventus, the Premier League, and also managed Italy, leading the Azzurri to the quarterfinals of Euro 2016. And then it goes on to talk about his career. But what I was interested in is his comments. So I'm going to read his quotes out for you. And it says, Antonio said, "I am extremely happy to return to coaching and to do so at the Premier League club that has ambition to be a protagonist again. Tottenham Hotspur has a state-of-the-art facilities and one of the best stadiums in the world. I can't wait to start working to convey to the team and the fans, the passion, mentality and determination that have always distinguished me as a player and as a coach. And that I actually love that line. Yep. I love that line so much. And he says, last summer, our union did not happen because the end of my relationship with Inter was still too recent and emotionally too involved with the end of the season. So I felt that it wasn't yet the right time to return to coaching. But the contagious enthusiasm and determination of Daniel Levy in wanting to entrust me with this task has already hit the mark. Now that the opportunity has returned, I have chosen to take it with great conviction. And then Fabio Paratici said, we are delighted to welcome Antonio to the club. His track record speaks for itself and vast experience and trophies in both Italy and England. I know firsthand the qualities Antonio can bring to us, having worked with him at Juventus, and look forward to seeing his work with our talented group of players. So that is the statement. That is the quotes from Antonio Conte and Fabio Paratici. I mean, there is not one Spurs fan in the world that is not smiling right now. There really isn't. And what's your kind of reaction to those words right now?
Delirium. Absolutely ecstatic. I'm surprised he hadn't announced his backroom staff. But I'm sure that will come in due course. The main thing is that he is here. Like you said, it just brings so much confidence. Just when you're reading that, a hat-trick of Scudettos, Chelsea, Italy, this guy is the cream of the crop. And all the Arsenal fans, all the Chelsea fans, all the West Ham fans, all the ones that have been singing Everywhere We Go, Tottenham Get Back, or whatever that bloody song is, well, the joke's going to be on you, because the return legs of these London derbies, especially the one at Stamford Bridge, is going to be a little bit spicy. And
Definitely.
I honestly, I am so ecstatic that this is finally signed, sealed and delivered.
Yeah. And Man United still have Ole Gunnar Solskjaer.
Yep. I mean, if Carlsberg did football management, they would be, this is like, honestly, Man U, but like I said, the statement this sends out to the rest of the Premier League and to Europe now is incredible. And what I will say, with Ben talking about, when you were talking about top four with him, I agree with him. Kind of the contract, the main signings I think will come this summer, because the ones that are in the Champions League right now, even though it is Conte, are not going to drop to the Conference League just to be with Conte. But what they will do is, when it's a clean slate next season, they will come. They will come. I mean, Vlahovic, as we're talking about regularly, he's not in the Champions League. I think they're in the Europa, aren't they?
Who, Fiorentina?
Yeah.
I'm not too sure, to be honest. I don't think they are.
Okay, even if they're if they're not in Europa, they're not in anything.
But he's leaving there anyway.
Exactly.
That's the point.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, he's someone gettable. Skriniar, if he's still in the Champions League, if we go for him, I don't see coming because of Champions League football. But come the end of the season, whether we have Champions League football or not, knowing that they're going to be playing under Conte will be the difference to them saying, do you know what, 1 year out of Champions League, I can probably do that to my career. I think it's just so refreshing. It's just incredible.
Yeah, I completely agree. Got a few more super chats to get through. And this next one is In Fact a Scott, brand new member. Abhishek, brand new member. Big up to you both. Welcome back to the family. I know Abhishek's been a member before. Mintu Lee with the massive super chat. So thank you very much to Mintu Lee, absolute legend of the channel. And she says, Conte, the season is finally kicking off. We mean business now. Big up Mintu Lee. Fernando Correges with the super chat saying club statement, which I've just read out. And Essa El Shamare with the super chat saying, have you booked your tattoo appointment yet?
So this is going to start going around. I'm sure my Twitter's going to blow up now. So as people know, the deal, I said what I would do. I'm a man of my word. So as Ben knows, for people that didn't see us talking about this earlier, I spoke to my tattoo artist yesterday in Toronto and took a picture of that back there and said, can I get this done when I come back? But then Ashley, Ben's wonderful fiance, said, Brian, there's 2 tattoo parlours in the area where the studio is. So there is every chance that this is getting done Thursday. There's a very, very big chance that this will be getting done Thursday. Man of my word, the tattoo will be done. We don't know just yet if it's going to be with the wording or just the logo, depending on what part I have it on my body. But it will be hopefully tattooed on Thursday. I'm a man of my word, as I always say I am. And it is getting done.
Yeah, man, this is just a massive. And also, don't forget, it's not just Brian that's getting a tattoo. It's not just Brian, it's Josh RG as well. Josh RG, who was on the live call with us at that time, he doubled down at the time and says, you know what, I'll do it as well. So it's not just Brian that's getting a We Are Tottenham TV tattoo. It's two of our lovely members that are getting the We Are Tottenham TV tattoos. So don't let Josh get off the hook as well. He's already messaged me fair to play to him because I actually forgot about it, and he messaged me on Twitter, and he was like, "Send me your logo. I'm a man of my word." So fair play.
He also said it on the Irish Hotspur fan show yesterday when he came on. The first thing he said is that Brian and I were on the stream, and Brian said Josh will get it done. I don't know if we'll have it on the same parts of our body, but yeah, the We Are Tottenham TV brand is going to be on people's body now. So yeah, I'm still deciding where to get it. I can tell you one thing, I can see him in the background. It's not getting where Brains McLeod told me to put it, that's for sure.
I just want to say a message to people. People are struggling to get on Rendezvous at the moment. I think we've got it might be an issue on our end. I think we need to disconnect the Rendezvous and reconnect it. Because people are saying that they can't get in. So just wait for the backroom team to reconnect the Rendezvous, and we should be getting you guys back on straight away. I know Brains has been waiting for quite a while, so we'll get him on next as soon as we see him in the back end. But I know the Irish Hotspur and Sim as well trying to get on. So just bear with us and we will sort that out for you. Someone just told me to check out the Bleacher Report Twitter, so let's have a look at that quickly.
And watch that, I can see the message. Terry Wright was saying, who's a fantastic supporter of all the channels, saying don't get the tattoo. I've got to, mate. I've got to get the tattoo. I'm actually now looking. I said to Ben earlier, what started off as a silly bet and me thinking there's no chance of it happen. I'm actually looking forward to having another tattoo and adding it to my collection. It'll be my 10th tattoo. So yeah, God knows where it's going to go yet, but very, very much looking forward to it now.
And there's a great tweet here from the Spurs Express, and they're saying, I dare the Deadwood to leak something to the Athletic now. I double dare you, I triple dare you, motherfuckers. You know what I mean?
Pulp Fiction.
Antonio Conte is here, people. Antonio. And let's bring on Sim. Come on. Antonio.
Have I missed anything since I've been away? I can't tell.
You've done an Ali Gold.
Mate, I am absolutely on top of the world. I'm not even going to lie. Having someone like Antonio Conte managing my football club, I didn't think we could convince him. I really didn't think we could actually get that through the door. I was always like, I believe it when I see it. I didn't think it was an actual possibility, but I think credit where credit's due. Don Fabio's realised what a screw up the whole Nuno thing was. He's axed it early, and I think when someone like Conte, when there's even a whiff that he's going to be interested in taking the job, and there's a whiff of him actually coming, you got to do everything you can to get him through the door. And I think Levy must have stuffed it up in the summer in terms of the whole negotiation and trying to convince him, but we've got him now. We've got him. He's actual manager. He's been announced. No one can take that away from us now. So, mate, I am
Sim, your internet ain't great. He's frozen now. But if you try reconnect, we'll try get you back on. But we can't really. Yeah, but let's bring on Brains McLeod. Where is Brains? Is he gone?
Everyone's passing out with shock that this has actually got done.
Brains, there he is. Turn your camera back on, Brains. How's it going, man?
I'm just going to turn the other thing off. I am very, very, very stoked. Just listening to that Conte introduction.
Strong words, weren't they? Strong words.
Wow. Just wow. Just like in one little introduction, he's given more passion than Nuno did in 4 months. Like it just feels good, right? Like
yeah. It feels amazing. It feels something. It feels like this is a special moment, doesn't it? It really does feel like a special moment.
We finally got a great coach.
That's not over the hill as well.
Yeah, exactly. Like let's be honest, that he's better than. I mean, obviously time will tell, but on paper he's better than Poch. He's
Yeah.
one of the top 5 managers in the world, and he's at Spurs. This is unprecedented times for us.
I mean, what this football club never ceases to amaze me, 48 hours ago, the most depressed fan base. 24 hours later, we've got Antonio Conte at this football club. I mean, even before that Man United game, I didn't even think Nuno was anywhere near the sack.
Dude, they've turned us in. Spurs fans are like suffer from Stockholm syndrome. Do you know what I mean? they beat us and batter us, and we love them even more.
But then they do this to us, and then they do this to us. You know what I mean?
Every time, every time. That's the thing. If you've not have any experience in this, kidnapping people. but yeah, obviously they treat them bad, and then they treat them good. They beat them and rape them, and then they give them something great. So that's what's happening to us. That's a horrible metaphor to start off. But we'll go somewhere else. But yeah, it really is an amazing moment. Like I was seeing Terry from the Football Terrace saying yesterday, like it was actually quite hilarious to see how bummed the Man United fans are. We've literally stole their manager.
Well, John, talking about the appointment, there's someone, I don't know who it was in the chat, but I think it's a great comment, a great question to ask. Do you say this is the best appointment since Bill Nick? Now, obviously, we had Birkinshaw and stuff that won stuff, but I mean, an appointment coming in, would you say it's literally...
It's definitely one of the highest. I mean, Jose Mourinho is a high-profile name, but I mean... In terms of high profile at the top of their game, I mean, I'm going to keep saying it. The stat is like 5 league titles in 7 seasons. Like, what the hell is that?
Yeah, 65% win ratio. Like, if you have that win ratio anywhere you go, like, you will win the league. Like, that's just it. Like, you'll win cups or you'll win a league. Like, you can't have that ratio and fail, But I would say this, like...
He ain't been to Tottenham yet.
Exactly. Welcome to Tottenham, the Bermuda Triangle of talent. Yeah, it's like, look, he's got he's been here, right? He's had those cold, shitty, dreadful nights at Burnley and had to eke results. So
yeah,
I would just say that a lot of bags are being packed right now. Like, if you understand Conte and the way he plays, the way that how he's just absolutely brutal with the iron fist, I can see a lot of bags being packed. And I tell you what, there's going to be some controversial bags being packed as well. A lot of people might want to give more time, or a lot of people who think we've got a great player on our hands there, I think are going to be out the door, because this guy's system, like you, and that's the one thing I'd hope changes. For, like, we obviously want a mentality change in the team. We want the board to change, but we also need us as a fan base to change. We need to believe in positivity. We need to believe in a manager's system. Like, things might not always go well, and he might do some pretty hardcore things, because his systems don't really work for a lot of the players in this squad. A lot of players, even players who have just come in, don't work in his system. And he will be brutal in the way that he'll just go, tear that contract up, get rid of that guy. Like, I don't play the system that works for that guy. Sorry, but it's better for him to go to another team and then go and thrive in another team, rather than us going, no, we've got to wait. We've got to hold on to this kid. We've got to wait. Like, Conte is not that guy. We need to believe that we can challenge this season. We need to believe that we can win it next year. Not challenge for top 4 next year. Win it next year. And that's what Conte is about. He's not coming here to pussyfoot around.
Yeah.
Like, if players don't want to play his system in training, you won't play. If players don't want to give 120%, you won't play. And that's it. So as fans, we've got to get used to the mentality of a winner and not go, what? No. Players are gonzo. If they don't turn around, if Kane doesn't turn things around, gonzo.
Yeah.
And that's just it. And that's what I'm actually... I'm like, thank God! Like, thank God! Finally, a winner!
I can't seem to make my mind up right how we've got this over the line, because Either we've filled him with so much lies and deceit from Daniel Levy and Paratici to bring him in, or the penny has finally dropped with Daniel Levy and he knows what he needs to do to get this club back to where it was. I mean, which one is it for you? Which one is it for you?
Or they're Italian, so Paratici has some pretty deep, dirty, nasty shit on this guy. You know what I got on you. You know what I got. You're coming, or I'm dropping this little doozy out there to the press. That's what I can imagine. But I loved what he said. I love that he seems to be like that he's the kind of guy that, look, you can spit in his face, but if you turn around with the right kind of attitude and you let him kick you in the balls a couple of times, and then you kind of shake hands and walk on. It's kind of like a bit of the Scottish way. You can bash each other's heads in for half an hour, but then you'll be drinking at the bar. So I like the fact that he's had a bit of a tussle with Levy, but he still respects him as a businessman to turn around and go, look, we made a mistake. We're man enough to admit it. You wanted this money. Here's the money. All right, like let's do it. Let's go for it. We actually have the ambition now. We have the funds now. We can give you the windows you want. We can give you 4 windows of exactly what you want. And then that's the only, by the way, make no mistake, that's the only way he's coming. He's got his full team. He's got his 250,000 per game. You know, that's it. He's not coming for if he doesn't get the window. If he doesn't get the war chest, if he doesn't get the money, 150 per window, he will not come. You do not get Conte if you do not have 150 plus. But for the team that he wants to build, it will take about 250, 300 million. And he's going to want to do that over this window and the next window. So that means Spurs need to sell. No loan deals, sell. We have to sell. And then that's where the controversy comes in, because you're most likely going to have to either get rid of Kane or Ndombele. You will definitely have to get rid of Dele. You will definitely have to get rid of Bergwijn, because you'll get money for these people. The stuff like Winks and Doherty and you have to beg teams to take them, and we need to get rid of them as well, because there's no way they are going to get in this team. So you're going to have to sell players, and that's where the controversy is going to come in, and that's where we need fans to kind of go, fair enough.
Bros, I have to say, I mean, I don't think there's a chance on God's green earth that Conte has come here and been told you've got to sell players to buy, because that's what every single manager has been told to do. I think Harry Kane now is 100% like not what he's been, but come the Everton game, or let's say the Leeds at the latest, you will see the Harry Kane that we saw at Newcastle and that we want to see. He is going to have a rocket up his arse.
I agree.
And I don't think he's even, right now, I don't think he's even contemplated leaving. I think he'll be one of the first ones to come out on social media and say,
I agree, 100%.
Incredible. I think Ndombele is going to be revitalised. It's getting the players out. And the thing, like you're saying, even if it's not loan deals, for me, it's allowing Conte and Paratici to get the players out at the fees they think is acceptable, not what Levy thinks is acceptable. Get these players out. What's happened?
Sorry, I just seen something that I have to say. That you know what I told you about the Spurs deleting the tweet. Yep. Apparently, they deleted the tweet because they welcomed him in Spanish and not Italian.
Oh, that is typical. That is sack the social media guy.
That's so Spursy,
he's already
isn't it?
not fitting into the system.
How can you do that?
But carry on. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, but like I said, I think it's again getting the players out at the reasonable prices that we can get them out. I think there will be 150 million to spend immediately with the add-ons of what we sell. But it's who we can get. It's who we can get in January.
Yeah, but so when I say that he's going to probably need 300 million to build this team, if we're talking about De Ligt, De Vrij, Bastoni, Skriniar, Vlahovic, Chiesa, Brazovic, Kessie, if those are the names that he looks like he loves, and those are the players that want to play for him, and there's a really good match between, that's 300 plus million. You have those players, like we'd all rather Kessie. I think we'd all rather Brazovic and Kessie to come in and play with Hojbjerg than Tanguy Ndombele, who's up and down. Yes, we love him when he can play well, but he doesn't consistently play well. And so when I say that Tanguy's got to go because he's worth a bit of money still,
Yeah.
I'm talking about that. Then that's maybe at the end of the season. We probably should get the as most out of we can from Ndombele right now. But the end of the season, immediately, yeah, I think 150 million. He's been guaranteed in this window. But then obviously the club has to figure out who we can sell for the next window, because obviously you want to have money coming in. So I'm just saying, like, as a club, you have to always be looking to get players out. But for his system, I think it makes it clearer who doesn't fit his system. That's the good thing about that. He plays with a back three. He always likes having 4 world-class forwards. They're seldomly ever wingers. So that's not saying Son isn't. I'd say Son is 100% a centre forward. So if he brings in Chiesa and Vlahovic, he keeps Kane, and you've got Kane, Chiesa, Vlahovic, Son, Kane. You know, like you mix and match them around, and you've got a world-class strike force. You don't have to keep putting all of the pressure every single game on Harry Kane. Then Harry Kane goes, hey, if I don't go and take extra days training and figure out what's happening, then I can be out of this team. That's what he loves. Conte is a player. We've seen it at Inter Milan. He's a coach who loves competition in positions. So what he's going to try to do is try bring a world-class player in every position. At the moment, like initially, I think he needs three players, and it's probably a Spain. So you need the kind of massive, great striker to add to the team. So maybe Vlahovic, maybe Chiesa, but they're both going to be a hellish amounts of money. And then you either need a Skriniar, De Ligt, De Vrij, someone at the back to add in, so that can maybe play in a back three with maybe Sanchez and God Dyer or Rodin. But after the season, I say Dyer and Rodin and Sanchez are gone, because I think then we bring in proper, like, title challenging defenders, and we just get rid of this nostalgia of like, oh, but Dyer, he's the bit of the furniture. It's like, we can't be a team that hoards anymore. We can't. We've got players we don't need that are shit. They're trash. Get them out. That's the thing that drives me mad. So I think 90% of Spurs fans from the chat want all the players that we kind of agree. We want Winks out, Davies, Doherty. We want players that we've just not seen anything for a while. And it's sad to see Dele, because he has a lot of talent. And maybe like the cool thing about Conte coming in, you've got a really hardcore month trial session. Every player is on a month trial session. Show me what you got. I think for some players, though, they're not even going to get a sniff, and that's going to be hard. Like Winks, just get your deals sewn up now.
Yeah, I mean, I just can't get away from the fact how well the Don has done this week. I mean, he needs to be given a Michelin star, because the way he's been cooking up this week, bloody hell, Don Paratici at the bloody rain. But do you think that it puts us in the conversation for maybe the top 4 race this season now then?
Yeah, I think if he gets if he gets those 3 world-class players in, and he can solidify up the defense, and he can make something happen from midfield to attack transition, and then you've got someone who can put a little bit of pressure on Kane and Son for their places, then I think you can start to win games. His system will tighten things up anyway. He'll be able to, his defensive coach will be able to get in the minds of all of the defenders of how we play out of the back. So he will solidify things up. And then if you just have that little bit of class, because we're only a few points off just having that class, and then he can pull them together with his system, then I think we do challenge. And I think we have to believe that we can challenge. We're not that far off. We're losing games by a bad system, by a team not knowing how to play. So I think he comes in. I think he solidifies. You've got Man United fans saying that they're not going to be top 4, that we're going to take top 4, so. And a lot of teams around it are kind of having weirdly up and down seasons. So I think this season is wide open for a top 4 challenge. Like, Liverpool leak goals. Liverpool are amazing in attack, but they leak goals. They really do. Like, Chelsea are the only ones who I see are just easy winners of this league. Everyone else I see has a bit of problems here and there. And I think it's a perfect scenario for a Conte to come, take an average team, tighten them up, get them to do the fundamentals well, and then we could actually challenge. And in the next season, sorry, thanks for challenging and getting us in. Some players for, pulling it out, but sayonara. Now we bring in the full squad and we give Conte a full chance at like 100 to another 200 million window, and we try to win this thing. And I think it is a lot to do with the Don, and I'm happy to call him that. And I even think maybe Brian should consider getting the Don tattoo.
Listen. I've got one tattoo incoming. Let's not. There's no more tattoos coming in.
Brian, nonsense. You've got two nipples. You got Conte and you got Paratici.
I've already got a tattoo covering one of them, so we're kind of short there.
You saucy bastard. All right, well, tell you what. But no, I think some credit, even though we hate the guy, and I hate him, I have dreams of the man being slaughtered and just thrown to the pigs. But I think you have to give a little bit of respect for Levy to give in to his fear. And this is the reason I think this is happening, is because Newcastle is coming for our spot for sure. If we didn't make this happen now, if we didn't stop this rut so that we didn't fall out, and we have to get into Europe, we have to get Champions League, because next season we won't be able to. We would never have been able to get Conte to come next season if we end 8th or 9th. We wouldn't have got any manager. This was the only chance. Well, shit's not too bad to get him in and to stop Newcastle coming. Because Newcastle could have got him. Like Newcastle could have got loads of players next season. All these players we're looking at, Newcastle probably could have got them. Now with Conte can bring players. If you imagine you're like in the market, or your contract coming to an end, and Conte's interested in you, you're gonna turn him down? Hell no! You're gonna want to go and win a league, and now you're gonna want to go win a league at Spurs.
So
how amazing is that?
I'll tell you what as well, Brad. There's someone we've left out here, and it's not because of my hatred for Levy that I'm not saying this. I think we've got to look at Joe Lewis. I seriously think Joe Lewis may have actually done something of huge importance to the club, because we know that Levy does not sanction these kind of things, or he hasn't. He's had a track record for years and years. And all right, Joe Lewis has been absent, but we've heard recent rumblings that he's been furious with what's going on. And at one point there was a rumour that he wanted to sell, but Levy vetoed it or whatever. So this deal, like we're saying, this doesn't happen without Paratici. Romero doesn't happen without Paratici. And I'm not saying this because of my hatred for Levy. I have as much hatred as I do for him as I do for Lewis. But I think if anyone is going to take credit out of these two, we've got to look at Joe Lewis. In all honesty, I think in 20 years, it's him that's finally come through. In all honesty.
Yeah, 100% agree. And it's at the right time. It's like, look, our club is dying. We're all out of jobs. It doesn't help owning a club that's kind of going downwards and no one wants. Fans are talking about boycotting games. It doesn't help owning that. No one wants to own that. You want to own something that's got prospect, and the only way when you're going downwards is to put a knife in the road and go, no, from here we turn. Get Conte in. Let's get 300 million on the table. Let's rebuild a team. I'm just laughing at this comment from Bob Spur. He said, Brain's trying to get Daigle to give credit to Levy is like asking Mel Gibson to invest in a synagogue.
Pretty much.
That's classic stuff. That is absolutely classic stuff. Yeah, no, I just don't think we have time. I don't think we have time for nostalgia. I don't think we have time to care about players' feelings. I don't think we have time for anything. I think if a player hasn't worked hard for the team and done anything in 2 years, sayonara, bitches. Pack your fucking shit. This man is coming in to reform and restructure this team. This is how you win. You don't win by, like, you look at Van der Beek at Man United. Like, he's not had a game. If he was at our team and he wasn't having a game, we'd be crying. We'd be like, and if he was playing and he wasn't scoring and he wasn't doing anything for years, we'd be saying, he should still get a chance. Get rid of that mentality. Bergwijn is not good enough for this team. He's not been good enough for this team. He's a young player. He's got talent. But the best thing for him to get him out of this bad feedback loop is to get him back into another team to reboost his career. It's bad for him to stay in a bad feedback loop where fans are starting to hate him. You know what I mean? So that's some of the mentality we have to get rid of as well. I think players like Tanganga, I love him. I think he's a great player. I think he's going to have to go for his career. It's not just about, if you like players and you love them, sometimes the best thing to do is to let them go and let them, like Dele should just go and have a good career. He's not going to do it here. You know, like when you're scarred at a club for so long, it's time to leave. It's time to just, get out. And that's, I think, once we get a whole new team on board and we're watching games every week with Skriniar, Romero, De Ligt, or De Vrij at the back, we're going to be so happy as a team. We're going to be so happy as a fan base. And that's kind of what I'm dying to get. No more waiting for the, like, chatting to David before the games. David's trying to like lift me up, and I'm like, who have we got? Who the fuck have we got?
I'll tell you what, pre-match pump-up has started to become a lot easier now, hasn't it?
Exactly. David's like, that's who really wins here. David's the happiest man in the world. Like, it's an easy job now. It's a very hard job sitting there telling, look, Brains, for fuck's sake, is there anything positive I can say here? You know, like, I'm sitting there with the knife, like, David, I'm going to do it. But like now it's a whole different when you've got these players and the team's about to be announced and you're looking at Brazovic in the midfield, you're looking at Vlahovic and you're looking at Chiesa's on the bench. Like, what the fuck? That's what you want. That's what, as Spurs fans, that's what we deserve. We've been waiting so long for it. I want Son, Kane, Chiesa, Vlahovic. That's the best strike force on the planet. That is the best strike force on the planet. And I guarantee you, they all hammer in goals. Maybe Kane doesn't get 30 a season, but I guarantee he gets 15. Vlahovic gets 10. Chiesa gets 15. Son gets 7 or 8 or more. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I want to see. I want to see a speedy player playing off a guy who can use his head and get into the 6-yard box. That's what I want. That's what Spurs have to become.
100% agree, Brains. Absolutely. I mean, I think you're reflecting how the whole fan base is feeling right now. But Brains, the Italian job is here, people. And thanks for coming on. And we'll see you soon.
See you later, Brains.
Catch you guys later. Peace.
Come on, you Spurs.
Come on.
Some super chats to get through. Ray S is saying, Man United fan here. Conte will bring the best out of Ali. First thing I would do is sell Kane. I think he's lost the fans. There will always be doubt. What would you say to that?
I say that's a Manchester United fan that wants Harry Kane in the club, is what I say. I can't agree with Dele. I can see why the things are going to be say sell Kane, because people are still thinking the money may not be there or whatever. But I honestly think we get an immediate lift from Kane, and we see the Kane we know and love, because he's now seeing straight away, okay, now they're showing me ambition. Now they mean business. This is a clear sign. So I wouldn't sell Kane, but I will give you Dele. So that Man U fan, if you want Dele, you could have him.
Carl Jackson saying, Spurs finally moving in an absolute positive direction. Who shall we sign first? Vlahovic, right? Vlahovic is who we're going for.
Yep. Without a doubt.
Secret Limited with the super chat saying, not Levy out, but Levy sorted it out. And he did. Come on, you Spurs. What would you say to that?
Well, I just said it. I think it's Lewis.
Yeah.
I said, like I said, I despise.
I think when people say Levy, do they mean Enoch?
See, that's it. That because Lewis has never really got involved. He says he's refused to put his money in, because we know it's him that is the actual owner of the club, and Levy has just been left to run it. But obviously, the way we were being run has been stagnant, and it's been stagnated, and it's been turning rotten, and we've needed a cash injection, and that can only come from one place.
Yeah.
That can only come from one place. And the other thing you got to remember, now we have a Conte. Maybe that guy that came from America might get the naming rights done at the 85th attempt. So there could be more money coming in. I honestly, and I'm actually going to give Lewis some credit. I'm actually going to give Lewis some credit right now. Not the other one, but Lewis, because in my honest opinion, there's only one guy that sanctioned this and said, okay, here's the funds, I'll release them. And wherever you are in your yacht, thank you, Mr. Lewis.
And we've got a comment here from Matt Val saying, bring Trippier back. And that could be a good shout, couldn't it?
Trippier, I loved it when we signed him. He had a great World Cup. He came back and played with his bad groin injury. Then obviously things started turning sour. But he was a great player. And I think he's one player we did sell too soon. And then when he left, and then you heard about the injury he was playing through and injections every game and the way the club was going, I felt for him. But he's got off and he's won obviously a league title with Atletico Madrid. He would be a bad shout. He would not be a bad shout to bring in.
Carl Patrick Vineyard saying, we finally have Antonio Conte as our new manager. Now it's time to win a trophy this season. Come on, you Spurs. Let's win the Carabao Cup and the FA Cup and the Europa Conference League. What do you say to a treble this season?
Well, like Liverpool did a few years ago with the Euro. Listen,
quite
out
a
of all
few
those
years
three
ago.
cups, I mean, I know it's lost its magic to generations after me, but the FA Cup is still has as much magic for me and Bob Spur as well than what it did in '91. That is the cup of cups for me in the domestic cups, and I would give anything to win the FA Cup again. I'd give anything. If you offer me the Europa and the Conference League and the Carabao or the FA Cup, I'm taking the FA Cup. Rather than
I think, I mean, right, and you got to say that spot on as well, because just sheer from the prizes you get. I mean, if you win the Carabao Cup, you go into the Conference League. If you win the FA Cup, you go into the Europa League. And they changed that this season, obviously, when the Conference League came about. So, I mean, I completely agree with you on that one. Carl Jackson saying, Sim, this my second super chat I've sent money on, please. Cool. Sim ain't here. Sim ain't here. Awesome All saying, for all you lazy training, moon boots, Deadwood, wait, we are coming for you. That's absolutely spot on. Brad Matthews with another super chat saying, I think Conte will try and make an immediate statement by really going all out for the League Cup, winnable quarter-final, and then who knows? You think he's going to go all out for the...
Well, I tell you what, that West
Carabao.
Ham, it's going to be the West Ham, isn't it? That's going to have some spice to that game, especially after...
Every game's going to have spice to it.
It is, but that game now, obviously, after the very, very poor performance at the Olympic Stadium, or whatever they bloody well call it, the London Stadium, so that was appalling.
The lifeless bowl, people like to call it.
There we go, that as well. And obviously the performance was bad. There was trouble with the fans after, and the West Ham fans, and rightly so, have been giving it to us like we would do if we beat them. And they've had the better of us recently, but now
The tide is going to be turning now.
yeah, this is going to be something very, very special.
Exactly. And we got a super chat from Simeon Daniel. Big up, Sim. Thank you so much for the super chat. And he says, Conte is here because we have Kane. How can we sell him? Conte's appointment has sealed Kane's future and will reinvigorate him. I wouldn't say Conte's here because of Kane. I think that's a bit of a stretch, but I think that definitely it can reinvigorate him. I'm not sure if it has done straight away, but I definitely think it has a potential to.
I would say, I mean, Kane stays because Conte's here. The media are going to have a field day, obviously, come January. Is he going to stay? Is he going to go? But I think right now, you could put every single Harry Kane transfer rumour to bed because he's not going to want to leave. He's now, whether we're happy with him or not, and as people know, I'm not very happy with him at the moment.
But to say that he came because of Kane is a bit of a stretch, isn't it?
No, he came because he got what he wanted, and he will bring in what he wanted. He wanted to come back to England. A lot of these managers, that once they've been in England, if they get the opportunity to come back and it's a job they're interested in, they will jump at it. Working with Paratici again, he knows London well. I don't even know if he's still got his house in London like Jose did when he came back. It's a very smooth transition for him. I wouldn't say he's come because of Kane, but it's always good when you've got an elite manager and that elite manager knows you've got a striker of that calibre. It makes the decision a lot easier. So they're both...
Who's his dream striker?
Yeah.
That he said in the past. So, spot on there. We've got a new member in Jason Goddard. So welcome to Silver and thank you very much for the support. We've had a video been sent in from Sim. Obviously, his internet ain't great out on holiday. So let's see what Sim's reaction to the Conte news is.
All right, I'm just here on holiday, on the way driving to Seville, but we have appointed Antonio Conte, and I honestly couldn't be any happier than I am right now with the appointment, the calibre of manager that we have now at Tottenham Hotspur. We've gotten rid of Nuno, which I think he's had a lot of difficult circumstances, but by the by, when...
Well, you should... Oh. Is there anyone waiting in the back to speak to us? How many people we got? All right, let's bring on Abhishek.
Hey, Abhishek.
How's it going, my brother?
It's going quite all right. We needed some really hard drugs after the match I saw against Man United. It's really terrible, It is the first time actually in 7 years that I switched off the TV after the first goal went in. Because somewhere, inside me, I knew that we weren't going to score. the way the match was going, and I just forfeited for the first time in real life. But now, speaking about the positives, yes, Conte is in. We are going to say the same things that we said when Jose came in. He's a serial winner. He's going to win it for us. All the same bullshit that we say every year. Hopefully this year Conte does it. He actually wins it. The League Cup is something that he can target this time, because Manchester City is out. So that is a real opportunity for every team in it to win it. So I think he will really go for the League Cup this year. Overall, I think there is some sort of an underlying issue with the squad that hasn't been addressed for over 3-4 years now. What we missed is, going back 5 to 6 years, uh, when Leicester won the league, we have the best left back, the best right back in the league, two of the top three centre backs in our team. We had a world beater of a midfielder in Musa Dembele in our team. We have never replaced those guys.
Yeah.
That is what needs replacement in the team. You know, Kane, when he was young, obviously he's not young anymore. His playing style has changed, which happens naturally to every player. But somewhere down the line, we have lost all our identity as a club, and our fans have somewhere been stuck 5 years before, the playing style we used to play, hard pressing the opponents in their box. But we need to let go of that. We need to let our expectations loose with these managers. Antonio Conte is not going to be with us long term, just as Jose wasn't going to be with us long term. He's a quick fix. And what I feel that he needs to get a result really early on, otherwise it will turn toxic really, really, earlier than we would expect it to, because he is a man that has a lot of demands, just like Jose. We need to understand that Jose and Conte aren't that much different. Just they are certain type of personalities. They are both hotheads, and they will tell the media exactly what they feel. So that can cause a lot of distress in the dressing room as well. Another thing that should be noted is, in the first game week, by game week 3, we were actually top of the table. After the international break, when Kane came back, there
Yeah.
was a certain drop in the team that you could see on pitch. The team wasn't play. We weren't score. We won just 1-0 games. We weren't outscoring the opponents, but there was certain confidence in the team. We knew that we weren't going to concede a goal. We were playing with a certain authority. Yes, it was against the lower sides, but we played the champions in our first game, and we beat them 1-0. Decide, like, it was with authority. We didn't win it by chance. We were going toe to toe with them, which is unheard of, with City. But we are the bogey side. We always somehow win against them at home. So I would, not take that much into consideration. But looking to the future, I think it's bright for now. As it's always, like, when the new manager comes in, there's a certain sense of positivity which is always there. And I feel that we need to build on it. I think somewhere in Nuno's tenure, we lost that positivity when we lost that game in the Conference League. The whole momentum was broken after that. That momentum was broken because our second fiddle players, the players that we need them for these kind of competitions, didn't really step up. Players like Harry Winks, I don't know what he's doing at the club even now. I really don't. I don't get that. Deli
How
Ali,
long?
I
How
think it
long?
was a
How long do you reckon it'll take for him to wean out the kind of deadwood?
I think 2 seasons is realistic. One season, because I mean, sorry, I meant two transfer seasons, like transfer windows, not seasons. If it take, knowing Daniel Levy, I know for a fact that he's a type of a chairman that doesn't like to take losses. I don't know why, because it is a great thing as a businessman, not taking much losses. But as a football club, you need to move on the players that aren't really useful to you as early as you can, because they cause a lot of negative vibes in the dressing room.
Yeah.
Players that are not playing, they will create a sort of, a team together, and they will create friction in the dressing room, which is not really good. We see with top teams that they always not necessarily have the most harmonious, but they don't have any sort of friction in their team. So for me, within the next two transfer windows, I feel like they need to remove Deadwood. Deadwood being Ben Davis. I feel like he has been an excellent servant for this club, for what we needed from him for the past years. But now, moving to that next level, we don't need players like Ben Davies in our squad. Maybe as a third choice, but I don't feel the player that he has been, he would be comfortable playing as a third choice left back for us. So I think for his career to progress as well, I feel like he needs to find a good home, to settle and retire. So I feel like he needs to move on. Harry Winks needs to move on. Dele Alli, we have been saying it for past 3 seasons now. He will come back. He will come back. But that's just a sort of emotional connect that we have with him. That top clubs shouldn't have. We have been a sort of different club in a different sort of nexus altogether. We have grown too early, too fast, and our squad and our fan members need to realize that. So I feel like Dele Alli also needs to leave. Harry Kane is an odd one because he's of an age now. Now we all know as Tottenham fans that Harry Kane can do what he's doing till he's 35 or 34. We know that. But other clubs won't look at Harry Kane, a 30-year-old Harry Kane next season and be like, you know what, I'm going to spend 150 million on him. That is not going to happen. So I feel like Harry Kane is almost certain to stay at Tottenham for the rest of his career, hopefully. Or maybe in his late 32, 33, he might move. But for the next 2, 3 seasons, I think he's going to be with us. Uh, so I feel like the future is bright if we actually give, the liberty to Conte to do what he wants. See, the problem with Nuno was he could have been a really good and successful manager, but we demanded a particular playing style from him which he wasn't really comfortable playing.
Yeah.
So what we need to do is let Conte do his thing. Give him the player that he wants. Yes, if they are really unrealistic, then that should have been cleared up while they were having an agreement that, you know what, if this is happening, then we cannot give you this players. But if an agreement was struck, so obviously his demands were cleared and Daniel Levy signed off on it. And I think Daniel Levy had to do it this time. He had to loosen his wallets because his job is on the line now. Because if Antonio Conte fails, I am sure, 100% sure, if there is a situation that 1 year down the line, we are not in the Champions League and Antonio Conte is sacked, I'm 100% sure 80% of the fan base will be outside that stadium calling for Levy's head. And
Yeah.
Levy doesn't want that. So
Yeah.
he is going to do everything in his power to make sure that we get into Champions League or at least win a trophy this season. He is going to take all the loans that are available to him. He will sell the stadium rights. He will do everything in his power. He will also sell the sleeves, sponsors, everything. He will do everything in his power and get as much money as he can, and he will buy the players that Conte wants. Because we know Daniel Levy, he doesn't want to sell this club. He wants to build a legacy with us. So I feel
Well,
like
Abhishek, just before you go on, just seen a little update from Matt Law, and I think it's probably updates which we've been expecting, talking about how much money is going to be available in January. And here we go. And it says, although money will be available in January, Conte is not expected to be given fortunes to spend, and Tottenham Hotspur may need to raise some cash through player sales to get his targets
so
in.
it begins.
And so it begins, eh?
And so
it's just so in our nature, we speak big things, but it's when it's time to play, we just loosen up, we are like, because just imagine if you're Antonio Conte, right? A day before Levy is like, you know what, I'm going to give you 150 million. The next very day, a very reliable journalist say, you know what, they don't have money to spend, they're going to have to sell players. See, as a manager, it really brings you down as well, because there is a certain, and I've always seen this, especially in the UK media, because Premier League is in the UK, so obviously, but there is a certain sort of an agenda against Spurs. I don't know why, because every news about Spurs is always negative. I've never seen a positive news being given out for Spurs. Even when we were top of the table, you know what, but how long is it going to last? Eventually they have Harry Kane problems and all that. People never seem to find a positive side for Spurs. I don't know why that is, but I've always noticed that for particularly the UK media that I read online.
Do you know what? I'm just thinking as well. If Conte can come in, like Abhishek said about the with Man City being out the Carabao Cup, he could potentially come in and win a cup within 3 months.
Yeah.
It's taken 13 years, and the Conte effect could do it in 3 months. But I'm really, really not happy with that statement you just read. I'm really, really not happy with it. I mean, obviously, it's not gospel, it's all media and everything, but does that sound like a Levy thing to do?
Sounds spot on, to be honest.
Sign the
But who are we
contract.
selling in January? I don't think like there's anyone that we can offload in January, because I don't think there's a lot of players that we have that other clubs really, want desperately. So who are you going to offload? You can offload maybe Endomble, but who is willing to buy Endomble? Last season, Bayern were willing to do a swap deal with Tolisso, but there wasn't any cash involved. I think hardly 15 to 20 million. The deadwood that we have combined together, I think it will only raise about 30 to 40 million. So I really don't know where the money is coming from. I'm hoping that it's coming from a big sponsorship deal for the stadium. I think that is the only viable way that the money can be coming from. Or maybe Joe Lewis has finally, after all this, says, you know what, I'm getting old. I need to see my team win for once. You're not letting me sell. So at least win something for me. And for once, I think he has gone like, you know what, take this money and win me the league.
All right, Abhishek, really good call. Some really good points made. Thank you so much for coming on. And Antonio
Thank
is
you.
here, baby.
Yes,
And we'll see
indeed.
you soon.
Yes. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on.
I just have to say thanks. I've seen it going on in the chats quite a bit now. I've seen it in this chat. So I'm just going to come in and say on this. Do you know what? I've spoken to a lot of fans from different clubs since this has been going on. I've spoken to my best mate, who unfortunately is a gooner. I was like, my God, this sends shockwaves to teams. Man U fans. I've spoken to a Man City fan, a Liverpool fan. Every kind of like the big six who are like, this is such a huge statement. This is a big, big thing. And then you've got these people in the chat who are West Ham fans, who just goes to show how classless they are, because they just come in and start spamming the most ridiculous, unworthy comments because they just won a game 1-0 and because they're slightly better than us right now and they think they're kings of the world. Every other team, even Chelsea fans have probably, I've had to say, this is bad because this guy is, he is the real McCoy. And then all you do is you get the West Ham fans just doing what West Ham fans do, enjoying their 15 minutes of fame, and they're 1-0. Let's see them all come back when we've knocked them out the Carabao Cup. And listen, just jog on, West Ham fans.
Yeah, I don't really have much time for West Ham, let's be honest. But I'm going to read to you out Antonio Conte's statement on Instagram now. And he says, I am extremely happy to return to coaching and to do so in the UK and in the Premier League club that has ambition to be a protagonist again. Tottenham Hotspur have a state-of-the-art facilities and one of the best stadiums in the world. I mean, I read some of that out already from the Tottenham statement, but I think there is a bit more in there as well. Oh, actually, it's exactly the same, but I'm still going to be reading it. And it says, I can't wait to start working to convey the team and the fans the passion, mentality and determination that have always distinguished me as a player and as a coach. Last summer, our union did not happen because the end of my relationship with Inter was still too recent and emotionally too involved with the end of the season. So I felt that it wasn't yet the right time to return to coaching. But the contagious enthusiasm and determination of Mr. Levy in wanting to entrust me with the task had already hit the mark. Now that opportunity has returned, I have chosen to take it with great conviction. And I think those words are really strong from Antonio Conte. I really do. And at least he's not saying, we'll make you proud. We'll make you proud.
We have to find solutions. We're going to work. We're going to work to find the solutions. Yeah, those days are gone. I mean, like we said, with the thing that the 6 words that came out yesterday, and he hadn't said it yesterday. It was something he said throughout his managerial career. That winners find solutions, losers find excuses, and that just wraps up basically the core of what he stands for. And it's motivated, it's powerful, it's determined, and it's incredible.
And there's a bit more from Matt Law here from the Daily Telegraph, and he says Conte is understood to have watched the Amazon All or Nothing documentary since first turning down the Spurs job, which has given him an insight into how the club operates and the characters of some of the players.
I saw Dele Alli talking about what chocolate to have. He's going to weigh in on that. That's going to be his first thing to do.
Imagine, what's his reaction to Jose Mourinho calling Dele a lazy trainer then?
Oh yeah, there's that as well. There's obviously the the Jose go through the training saying you're too nice of people. I won't say that word.
Yeah.
There's quite a few things he can take from that, and just do the opposite.
Yeah, and Christian Eriksen has come out and liked Antonio Conte's announcement on Instagram. And Pep Guardiola's been speaking on it as well. And he says, welcome back to the Premier League. His career speaks for itself. An outstanding manager who has had success everywhere. And that's from Pep Guardiola. So there you go. I mean, shall we try play Simeon's statement again? I mean, even if we can't hear it, I think everyone else could hear it. So that's the main thing.
All right, I'm just here on holiday on the way driving to Seville, but we have appointed Antonio Conte, and I honestly couldn't be any happier than I am right now with the appointment, the caliber of manager that we have now at Tottenham Hotspur. We've gotten rid of Nuno, which I think he's had a lot of difficult circumstances, but by the by, when the manager like Antonio Conte becomes available, and there's even a whiff that he's going to be interested in managing a football club, you've got to move heaven and earth to get him in, and that's what we've done. I think we've bowed to his demands, and I think that's absolutely right. I'm absolutely delighted that Don Paratici has been able to convince Conte to get him through the door, and I just think hopefully it can reinvigorate the squad in what has clearly been a stumbling start to the season. They look lack of passion, devoid of any idea of what they're doing with the ball, and you know for sure Conte, he's the kind of manager who's an unbelievable coach on the pitch. He knows how he's going to get their teams playing with a pattern of play, definitely a distinct style, whatever style that is. And I think the main one as well, to reinvigorate Harry Kane. I think Harry Kane has been falling by the wayside, and he needs someone to get into his mindset, and he needs a winner like Conte. And I think it's just the perfect appointment for us. I can't wait for him to start. It's added a sense of excitement in what was a very dreary start to the season for Tottenham. Finally, we've got something to shout about. We've got something to get excited about. El Sakiko lived up to his name, and I think that getting Conte through the door, if you ask me, would I have taken 3 points and kept Nuno? I would have said no, I'll take the loss and get Conte, quite honestly. And that's the calibre of this manager, and that's what we've got to look forward to. He's 5-time league title winning manager. He won the league title last year with Inter Milan, breaking the Juve dominance in Serie A. Won the league title with Chelsea just after they finished 10th in the league in 2017. Was a second record points total at the time. I can't wait, honestly can't wait. I cannot believe we've actually got this over line through the door. I'm still a bit annoyed that we've kind of wasted 4 months. Could have had him 4 months ago and we couldn't get that over the line, but look, better late than never, that's what I say. So can't wait to get going. Come on, you Spurs.
All right, big up Sim, big up Sim. Some great words there from him. And we've got a super chat from Gov saying, El Mondo, Jimmy Fontana, full blast, let's go, come on you Spurs. I'm not sure what that means, do you?
I think that may be a song.
Yeah.
Or the title of the song. Well, we're all going to have to learn our Italian opera and all our other songs. So I've got a feeling there'll be quite a few...
that voice note you played to me yesterday was brilliant.
Well, it's a guy that played... let's give us some super chats today. Aaron, your voice note was played to bed with your classical music. Was fantastic. It may be the song that becomes it. Maybe.
But without further ado, let's bring on the great Bob Spur. Come on.
Come on,
Bob.
Brother.
He's here. Run me through your feelings, man.
Absolutely. I still don't believe it. I'm joking.
Till he's holding the shirt, Bob, eh?
Till he's holding the shirt. He is holding the shirt. So, yeah, absolutely over the moon. It's all about backing him now, making sure he gets all the tools he wants, because it will bring success. He guarantees us success. He guarantees us trophies. It's all about backing him now. And we're hoping the penny's dropped. It does feel like the penny's dropped. I know what you've just said about money not being there, and I saw Dave in the background throwing his cap off and having a bit of a breakdown when he heard the news. But I think it's a case of waiting now. It's a case of waiting, see what it is. It's very unlikely he wouldn't have made demands, and it's very unlikely Levy wouldn't have given in to those demands after what he witnessed on Saturday. Because, like I say, I think he shit himself when he heard that Levy out chant, and it's all about, like I say, we need to move on. We've got the right man in, man. We've got the right man in.
If we do play our cards right in the transfer window, is it possible that we can talk about title challenges again at Tottenham?
100%. If he's allowed to do the job, it's not like we're guessing or we're speculating. It's guaranteed pretty much. With Conte, if you let him do the job that he wants to do, that he can do, it's guaranteed. Trophies are pretty much guaranteed. I know a lot of people will say, "Oh, what's the difference between Jose and him?" Jose, everyone knows what my thoughts are on Jose. Agree with it or not? I think he was a bit. He's not moved on from from 10 years ago, but also he wasn't backed. And Levy and Enid can't afford to make the same mistakes again. Conte needs to be backed, and you back Conte, you're guaranteed success, be it the league, be it Champions League. We're still in 4 cups, man. We're still challenging on 4 fronts. Quarterfinals, 5 points from the top, FA Cup, and the Conference Champions League, as I like to call it.
And in terms of this season, it's still 10 games in. Is it possible? What can we realistically achieve this season under Antonio Conte, and what can he bring out of this current squad without any signings?
I don't think Conte needs to change. I think Conte needs to do what he's always done: is go in, no nonsense, and then it's up to the players. There's some players who will thrive in it. The likes of Højbjerg and Romero. They'll say, "Finally, we've got someone who will fight with us," not literally, but you have that fighting mentality that we're showing. Even Kane will probably, definitely have that respect level towards Conte that he understandably didn't have towards Nuno. But there'll be other players, won't there, Ben? The likes of Dembele. Will he shriek? Will he take up the challenge, or will he just go into his shell? The likes of Ali. I think the likes of Winks and Davis are a foregone conclusion. There's no space for him, and if he's seen the documentary and he's done his homework on Spurs, he'll know pretty much the likes of Winks and Davis and potentially Ali have outstayed their welcome, and it's time to go. He does seem like someone who will do his homework before coming in, rather than coming in and saying, "Right, clean slate, everyone." There will be the element of that, but I think he'll know who will fit into his system and who won't. So it's up to the players. He doesn't need to change. The players will need to change for him, and the players who can't, see you later, get the fuck out.
Yeah, I mean, when Jose was here, he didn't really have a set system where he tried to fit the players in. He tried to set the system around Harry Kane and Heung-min Son, right? This is the difference, where Antonio Conte has his set system. He knows exactly how he's going to play, and he needs to fit the players into that system. So, I mean, he's got a kind of great idea of who he wants to bring into this football club already, doesn't he?
Yeah. So things like a backup striker, an extra creative midfielder is evident, and from the whispers that you hear, Vahalovic, Kessier, and other players like that, you're not surprised that we've been linked with that. We'll wait and see. Well, we're pretty much, put it this way: £150 million to Nuno would have been, here you go, Nuno, sort the shit out. We're leaking goals, bringing some creative flair, and sort this mundane, lethargic, unambitious football out. Here you go. Here's some money to spend. Whereas you give that same money to Conte, you're saying, "Here you go, Conte. See you later. Leave you to it. We'll trust you."
Yep.
Whole different mind shift, whole different mindset with Conte. And personally, I don't think I'd be comfortable giving Nuno to spend money. And they, like I've always said, he was unfortunately a mediocre manager, and that's what he was. That's not dissing him. That's the reality. So just bringing in Conte has taken us from there to there, as in ambitious, as in what we can do, as in what we can get out of the squad. And there's absolutely no reason why Conte can get more out of certain players. Like I say, it comes down to backing him, though. It comes down to backing him. He needs to be backed. Levy can't afford any more negativity. Lewis can't afford any more negativity. But I think the penny's dropped within the fan base. There was hardly any Nuno outers. It was all towards Levy, and I think that shocked him.
Yeah.
It has. I mean, Bob, I know where you're going to go with this because I think you're the same with me. With Ben and I have been having this discussion, and with a few people that we've had on the live. Paratici, I think we spoke about it yesterday, you and me, didn't we?
He earned his Michelin star today. Come on.
He's got half a Michelin star. He's got half. The other half will come if, like Bob said, he gets the players needed in January. Where are you on this, Bob?
Yeah, he's on his way. Well done for bringing in Conte. A lot of people saying if it wasn't for him, Conte wouldn't be coming in. You know, unfortunately, it couldn't happen before. Yes, there's all the statement about Conte not being the right frame of mind or anything. But why push Nuno? You know, a lot of people are going with the narrative to suit their own views on Paratici, and I'll do the same. You know, a lot of people saying Paratici was the one who pushed Nuno in front of Levy, showed him videos from Valencia. Then suddenly he's a saviour by getting rid of Nuno and bringing in Conte. I'll still wait. I want Paratici. I think he's done some very, very good business. Romero, Brian, you know, how long I've been going on about Romero. The links between me and Romero and Kleenex tissues is pretty well known. I've loved him. I've loved him for God knows how long. Since
They sold out of Kleenex in your area.
Yeah, they did, mate. They did. Yeah, and he was one of. So for bringing him in, he gets. It's still a wait for me because, like I say, now it's a case of Conte and Paratici working together and bringing in the right players. I want him to be the Don. I want him to be the best director of football. But I think 20 years of being sceptical over the board does cloud my judgment. Rightly so in my eyes. But I think he's doing really well. I think he's on his way. And I don't want to jinx it by giving him the Don title, but I wouldn't be surprised by the end of the season. End of 2 seasons, when we're winning trophies, we're winning the league, he will be a Don. But right now, I'll just hold judgment like I will do on Conte because there's only one person signing the checks, and it's that person. Yeah. So we'll wait and see. But big up to cover your ears, Brian, because big up to Levy to actually going the way to bring Conte because Levy knows that he can't fuck this up. He cannot fuck this up, and if he does, there's no way out. He's backed into a corner now. He knows all eyes are on him. All eyes are on him. And I know we've had a little statement about raising funds and all this. Again, I'll wait and see. Because I don't think Conte is going to be the sort to say, right, let's not buy anyone in January. Let's sell some players and see who we can get. Nah, he doesn't work like that. I don't think his blueprint has ever suggested that, and I don't think he's going to change this, Jan. I think we'll go out and I think we'll buy.
We've got to. And I was about to say, when you were saying about in a couple of seasons about getting the title of Don, I reckon, let's just say, I'm just picking the two out again. Vlahovic and Skriniar come in. If they do come in, this is hypothetical. They're two players that we famously went after on 2 separate windows and had such humiliating reasons why they didn't go through or bids. If it comes and gets it done within 1 month, those two, then you have to call him a Don because it's like, bang, you've done in 1 month what we tried to do for 3.
100%.
So this is where he'll earn that mark for me. But yeah, again, you heard me say it before you came up. But for me, this ain't Levy. This is Lewis. And you heard me. I will give credit to Lewis. I will give credit to Lewis because he has had to. Like I said, I will always give credit where credit is due. And in my honest opinion, out of the two, Lewis would have had to sanction this and release the funds to agree it. And that's why I think this has happened. So if there's any credit to go around for the board, I'm giving it to Lewis.
Don't you think as well, guys, that the instructions to Paratici are going to be completely different now as well? Whereas under Nuno, it was building for the future, bringing in the side and loaning him out, bringing in the Hill, and then let's see how it goes. Keeping Scarlett as someone who's potentially be in the first team and see how it goes. Whereas now, Conte doesn't work like that. Quick buys, quick success. So I think the people, the players he's going to target in Jan and the summer are going to be completely different profile to the ones we would have targeted under Nuno, because Conte ain't going to go for a Sarr. He's not going to go for a Hill. He's not like that. So don't be surprised. I think Skriniar, a lot of people are looking at Skriniar, and I do agree with that, but we've got to remember Skriniar, and Tommy brought this up last night. Skriniar wasn't Conte's favourite. He was out the squad, hence the reason why they were quite happy to swap him for Dembele. So we've got to remember that Skriniar isn't. I wouldn't be surprised if we went for the likes of a Botman. But again, I think,
But
like I say,
Bob, you also got to remember on Skriniar that season, he got into the Conte team and ended up being Defender of the Year, or you know what I mean. He ended up being one of the best players, and suddenly Conte in that January said, "There's no chance I'm selling this guy."
Yeah. Well, it's like I say, the profile of the players we're going to go for are completely different now. Completely different. We are going to get those made players now, whereas Paratici's, like I say, his instructions have been a bit different. So and they've worked together before. If there's any way Conte entrusts a director of football, it's going to be someone like Paratici. So I think that's a match made in heaven. It's all about, like I keep on saying, not just Conte but Paratici being backed as well. And if they do, mate, we're on the up. We're on the up. They're gonna make you proud. They're gonna make you proud.
Just one last question. Back on the Nuno situation. I mean, not one Spurs player have come out and said a message to Nuno yet. I mean, when Jose got sacked, you saw a host of players doing that. When Poch got sacked, you saw the same. Do you think that this is another case of the squad throwing another manager under the bus?
Better that. I mean, we all know who those players are. We all know the players who let Poch down and Jose down and Nuno down. But they're at the end of the day, Ben, they are human beings, mate. You know, you're not going to get the same motivation from, and I said this before, from a Poch coming to the dressing room and say, we've got to do this, lads, today, go and win us a game, to a Jose coming to the changing room, although he didn't have everyone's backing. But, you know, you hold a bit of respect from a guy who's on 20-odd trophies and say, right, guys, we're going to do this. To someone coming in who was, 724th choice, coming from a mid-table team who sacked him, didn't want him, who were playing pragmatic football. You're not going to get the same level of respect to that. There's obviously there's the argument they should be playing for the badge, they should be playing for the club. We all know that that's just fairy tale business, and it's not always true, especially with players like Ali, who are more into fucking fashion and Xbox
Fortnite
games and
tapping his cap.
Fortnite, exactly, touching his cap. So, but Conte are going to take that. Like I say, he's going to come in and say, "This is who I am. These are my trophies. This is how I work. Either you do it or get the fuck out of the club." And I'm sure there will be.
The party stops now, Bob. The party stops now.
Party stops now, man. But party for us starts now. Come on.
Exactly.
We're going places. We're going places. He's backed. We're gonna do some special things, man.
Love it. Love the positivity, Bob. Big up yourself, and we'll speak to you soon. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. Daigle, don't forget your tattoo on the cock. Come on.
I'm getting it, but Bob, listen, Bob, Jesus Christ, my brother. Jesus Christ, honestly. Listen, it's not going there. It's not going where you asked it to be as well. Wherever it's going. And if it was to be there, which it wasn't, do you reckon I'd do that live?
Yep. I know what you're like.
That would be
it might have to go on a different channel, though.
Yeah,
but
exactly,
yeah.
exactly.
Daigle will do anything for 20 quid. Just ask my neighbour. Come on.
Big up, Bob.
But like I said, your revenge will be a bitch, mate. Karma is going to come around and bite you big.
Carmelo Borg with the super chat saying, interesting statement from Conte, as he said he was still emotionally attached to Inter in the summer when he left. Lucky we got a second chance. Damn right, lucky we got a second chance. And let's bring on the Irish Hotspur. Come on, Dave.
Big up.
David, smiles all round. I mean, sum up your emotions from the time when we just lost to Man United to the time when he got sacked, and now we have got Antonio Conte at the helm. What was going through your mind?
Look, I'll be honest, I started before the United game on the pre-match pump-up when I seen Ben Davies starting an F-back, you know. That's when it started for me. Look, after the United game, I'll be honest with you, look, I always try to I'll criticise, but I'll also try to find solutions and stuff like that. After the United game, I had absolutely nothing. I've been dejected. You know, pissed off. I didn't want to do any streaming. You know, I just wanted to get away from it all for a little while. And look, you know, it wasn't just me. There's many Spurs fans out there. I was getting emails on the daily. People just saying, look, you know, respect you, love the channel. I have to take a break. You know, I have to take a break. It was starting to affect people. And then, lad, you know, Sunday Nuno was gone. Sunday night, I couldn't believe who we were being linked with. And then yesterday, I felt like running down the high street naked. I couldn't believe it. You know, Conte. And then when I woke up this morning, I woke up with a stiffy. I knew this guy was coming. You know what I mean? It's absolutely loving life. And it's what it's all about. We now have renewed optimism, passion. You know, I see people with smiles on their face, which is most important. You know, back showing a bit of love for the club, which is also very important. And we now have a new direction, a new era, you know, to go into. We have a serial winner at the helm. You know, the time where these players are coming into Tottenham, having a good jolly up, a good time, that's fucking over now. Conte will not have any of that. If Winks wants to knock on his door for first team football, he'll hand him the teacup and go and say, make me tea, bitch. You know what I mean? It just it's just all this sort of nonsense, this player power. It's over. It's over. It starts today, and I'm absolutely delighted that we're going in the right direction.
What were your feelings towards the players not saying anything about Nuno after his sacking? Do you think that was very telling?
Yeah, it was very telling. Look, the signs were there before there when Hugo Lloris after West Ham games talking about players giving up. I'm sitting there 7 games in, man. What sort of language is this like? You know, then Højbjerg's interview after United game, very, very telling. But with the players, look, not doing anything for Nuno, I don't like that. That leaves a sour taste, my man. Look, whether you respect the guy, whether you got on with him or not, he tried to come in and help you in a sticky situation. We have to remember this. Nuno took the job when nobody else wanted to touch it and more football.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So, yeah, you have to give him credit for that. Look, it may not have worked out. He came in, gave it a fair crack, but the least you can do is just show a bit of respect, a bit of humility, and at least, you know, wish him the best of luck wherever he goes. It's the least you could do. It just goes to show that the players have the power in the dressing room, something we've known since Pochettino got sacked. Same under Jose, same under Mason. You know, the players tend to have the power. And look, I'm just glad that we now have a man that's going to come in and sort it all out, lads.
Well, I've just seen an update, actually, of half an hour ago from Gazzetta dello Sport. And they say Tottenham Hotspur are in very advanced talks to sign AC Milan midfielder Frank Kessie on a free transfer this summer.
Oh,
well,
stop
that's
it,
huge.
stop it.
That's huge. I mean, we knew the Italian effect would come in, didn't we, from the Italian teams with the two there, and this. You know what? If this money post that we had just a little while ago saying that the money isn't there, going and doing deals like that for free where they know you don't need all the money. If you could get him on a free, that will be. What's he been in the job for? You said an hour and a half, and it's like now we're almost at the what do you say, closing stages? Or
Advanced talks, it says.
So that could get done. That's what we want to see. We saw when I came and did a stream with you, or I was on a stream when I was on Tommy's stream, and we had a Liverpool fan from Malaysia talking about how they were in advanced talks with Basuma. I was like, well, why aren't we doing that with Vlahovic right away? Why do we wait till a window opens to start them? And that just goes to show this is happening now. It's another huge sign of intent.
Well, look, from what I've heard, it's a good job we stayed away from Bazuma. It's a good job for all the women around the local area. But, look, you know, the likes of Kessie and all coming in, look, it just means we're being linked with players that we should be linked with as Tottenham Hotspur, as a big club, as a heavyweight in the European game. I know it hasn't been so much recently, but we've history in Europe. You know, first English team to win a European trophy, you know, and stuff like that. So we have history in Europe, and it's about time we start being linked with the best. And that only happens when you have a world-class manager at the helm. You know, so now all of a sudden we've gone probably from competing with the likes of a Newcastle and teams like that for players to now that we're going to be their first choice, because you look at the stadium, you look at the training complex, you now look at the manager in place. You know, why wouldn't you want to come to Tottenham Hotspur right now?
Definitely. And I mean, I just can't wipe the smile off my face. I really can't. Because where this football club was 48 hours ago to where it is now, I mean, it's just a completely different world, isn't it? It's an absolutely completely different world. And, you know, you're seeing a lot of tickets being sold for Thursday night now in the Conference League. In terms of Daniel Levy, David, I mean, we've had our discussions about him in the past many a time. What is your opinion on him now? Because, I mean, it's a great move bringing Conte in. Obviously, Conte would have had to have assurances coming in. Does this change your opinion at all?
Do you know what? We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see because, look, first and foremost, it's one thing hiring a manager. You have to give him credit for getting it over the line. But, you know, you have to back it up. You have to back it up. Look, the thing is, Daniel Levy didn't do it out of the goodness for Tottenham Hotspur or out of the goodness for the fans. He done it out of the goodness for himself because the pressure was on him. But one thing we can say right now is, like a lot of other guests has alluded to it, you know, he's back against the corner. He has to get this one right. If he doesn't, he has a revolution on his hands. Spurs fans will not take it. They will not accept it no longer. If this fails, you know, everyone can see the dangers ahead of us if this fails. So he has to get this right. But you know what? Look, he could have shafted us again. So I suppose, yeah, you do have to give him a bit of credit for getting the job over the line. But now back it up with the money.
But David, do you reckon, like I've been saying, I think Lewis has got more to do with this than Levy. What do you reckon?
Yeah, do you know what? Look, they both have a part to play in it. Look, you know, we know how often they speak, and so for me, I think you have to give both of them a bit of praise. But like I said, you know, you've got to back it up in the January transfer window. Look, we brought in Jose Mourinho, we gave him Joe Hart, Matt Doherty, Stacey Young, you know, players like that to work with. You can't do that with a Conte. You cannot do that with Conte. This guy is in the prime of his career. He took over a team, Inter Milan, who were fourth, won them the Serie A. Juventus, who were seventh, won them the Serie A. Chelsea, who were 10th, won them the Premier League. We have not only do we have a good tactician, a good manager, but we have a leader of men, boys. Someone that's a leader, someone that people can get behind, someone that if he walks in and just randomly shouts jump, you'll have Harry Kane and Son going, yeah, how high? You know what I mean? That's exactly what we need. This guy will get Harry Kane back on side. He might even rejuvenate a couple of the others maybe that haven't been playing too well since they've arrived at Tottenham. But most importantly, guys, we have a leader of men, and that's what this club needs. And now we have to follow his direction. If he wants players gone, get them fucking gone. None of this, oh, he played 20 years ago and he scored this magnificent goal from 30 yards. I'm sick of this crap. People living on the past. We too many times here at Tottenham, we make excuses for players who have been still, you know, I call them the high goal seek champions now because they've been hiding for the last 3 years and no one can find them. You know, and we still make excuses for them. Conte, this isn't going to wash with Conte. If he wants them gone, back the man, get him out, and get the player he wants in to replace them. Because Conte only has one thing on mind, and that's trophies, that's success. He looks at himself up there with Pep Guardiola, you know, Jurgen Klopp. So it's important that we give him the tools to be able to do this job. We have the right man in charge right now.
Absolutely spot on. And I want to get your opinion on what do you think Conte can achieve this season? You know, with the current crop of players, do you think that he'll get much of a better tune about the current crop of players, or do you think that he definitely needs new additions to achieve maybe even a top four fight, never even mean finishing the top four, or win a Carabao Cup or something like that?
Look, you know me, I'm always optimistic anytime someone new comes in. But genuinely, look, I'm not going to sit here and be as deluded as maybe I once was, but we're not going to win the league. But what I will say is, lads, we're 2 points off top four. If he can ride this train, 5 points off top four. Sorry, my bad. But if he can ride this train all the way to January, and then he can get the necessary bodies in to help him, because he has to be able to get players in that will suit his system, or a player or two that he knows that could come in and help stamp his influence, what he wants on the team. That has to happen regardless. But if he can ride this all the way to January, and we can be in and around the top four, there's no reason why we can't get top four this season and challenge next season. We're 3 games away from, from Wembley, from lifting that Carabao Cup. There's no reason why he can't get us there for another fucking good day out, and there's no reason why he can't get us out the Europa League Conference group stage and all the way to the final. And what better way would it to beat Jose Mourinho of Roma in the final, lads?
Yeah, exactly.
All Spurs fans' expectations as rose. I done a fan show late last night, and everyone was coming on. Every Spurs fan's expectations as rose. Yeah. And I just hope that Levy and Lewis now can take note of that when you bring in a good manager, you can easily change the mentality of the people. You can make them happy. You can make them believe again. It's absolutely important. And hopefully now that he realizes that signing like this, and it's not only the fans, but the players, you can't tell me that Kane and Son and Hugo Lloris aren't sitting there with a rage and Stiffy raring to go for him. You know, they have someone that they can believe in, someone that they can get behind, someone that now, like, you know, under Nuno, they're sitting there and they're scratching their heads. They're like, I don't fancy this, you know. But now Conte comes in, they're probably sitting there thinking about trophies again. And at the end of the day, it's what our world-class players need at this club. I'm sick. Look, people, People wanted a manager to come in and butter up Dele Alli and, give Winks a back massage, slap him on the ass before you send him out, tell him how good he is. You cannot pansy to these players. The players you should be, protecting, and the players you should be inspiring is your world-class players, the likes of a Kane, a Son, a Lloris, and people like that. Because they're the ones that, when the big times roll around, they're the ones that will drag this club, to the depths of despair, and they will fight. And they're the game changers. They're the game winners, not the likes of a Winks and Dele. We should never have had Nuno here in the first place. Look, when he comes, you have to give him a chance. But he was brought in to try and get better out of Ben Davies, Doherty, Dele Alli, players like that. Conte is now being brought in for Son, Kane, Hugo, Romero, players like that. It's an unbelievable turnaround in a matter of 48 hours. Only Tottenham can make you want to go and be on the next Castaway, where you're just on an island on your own with Wilson the ball. You know what I mean? To waking up on a what day is today? Tuesday. On a Tuesday morning with an absolute raging stiffy, you know what I mean, ready to go again. You cannot beat it. This is what a good manager appointment does.
So what I'm going to say as well, you were talking about, David, about leader of men and everything. Do you know what? I think finally we've got the manager that is going to make that South Stand the wall of noise it was meant to be. Just because...
Well, Levy needs to take out that bloody corporate section right in the middle of it.
Yeah, but just because of his actions on the pitch. Like we saw Jose do it with the Man City game, running up for the water bottle and everything. But we've seen what Conte's like for Chelsea and Italy when he's running up and down that touchline and hugging the fans. I think his sheer presence on the touchline and what it will bring is finally going to get that.
At the end of the day, passion breeds passion, right?
Exactly.
Passion breeds passion. And his passion on the sideline is second to none. That's going to rub off on the fans. That's going to rub off on the players as well. And I just can't wait to see him getting started.
Benji, how good is it going to be, right? Instead of employing a mannequin standing on the sideline, fold his arms. I'm not being funny. They could have paid me his wages. I could have done that. I actually would have done that for free, to be honest with you, right?
But and you would have made a few substitutions along the way as well.
Yeah, I would have. And you wouldn't have seen Ben Davies, that's for sure. But look, now at Conte, like the West Ham game, if you see after 20 minutes it's not right, the players aren't putting in the energy, Conte's going to be on the sideline absolutely bollocking them, shouting instructions. Honestly, his assistant will probably have to hold him back from going on and clotheslining a few players. This is the sort of man he is. But the thing is, look, if you're in a job, you want your manager to be as passionate as you are about your job. You want your manager to have clear plans. You want your managers to go on the attack. You don't want this pragmatic, safe sort of style. You don't want someone that, just comes in and says, good job, we need to do this, we need to do that. If you have someone that's passionate, you will follow by example. And it's so good to see it. I cannot wait to see this guy running down the touchline. I cannot wait to see him jumping into the crowd, celebrating with the fans. It's going to be absolutely unbelievable. Look, this club needed a character to come in and really lift it. Us content creators, us fans, we can only do it so far. But we needed a character to come in and really lift the spirits, really lift this club. And that's what we've got in Conte. We've got character, a leader of men, passionate. Trust me, the good times are rolling back around for Tottenham. I've always maintained through all the shit. You have to roll with the punches. You have to go through the bad times, and the good times will come. Well, now, guys, thanks for sticking with us, because the good times are fucking here, baby.
100%. Just before we let you go, well, first of all, your pre-match pump-ups are going to become a lot easier now, aren't they?
Lad, you have no idea how hard it was, constantly rocking up with a smile on my face, constantly trying to lift people up. And do you know what? It was working, but it was only going to work for so long under Nuno. The fact that Conte's come in now, I can literally just chill out and let people go, because they're going to be more inclined to want to come on. They're going to be more inclined to want to give their thoughts. They're going to be more inclined to want to talk about Conte. Everybody's passion is back. My jobs now are so much easier. I can chill out here, could probably crack open a can and just relax now. But look, one thing I will say is I want to see everybody on Thursday, because it's Conte's first game and it's my birthday. So come on and
it's your birthday, brother.
Make sure you get on Thursday, guys, for the game on Thursday. I can't wait for it. I just want to sleep now until it comes around.
And lastly, where should Brian get this tattoo?
Someone has just said on my top lip.
Top lip?
Yes, I'm not getting the We Are Tottenham TV logo tattooed there. One of my mates have actually got "fuck you" written in their lip there, but I'm not doing anything like that. But David, where are you going to say?
Do you know what? Back in the day, I was growing up. You had the women walking around. We used to call them the tramp stamps. With
Yeah,
the
that's right. I'm
lower
having a
back.
tramp stamp.
That's where you should be getting it, Mr. David.
But
But look,
can't have a
look,
tramp stamp.
if the lad was big enough, you could probably get it on that, my man. But I don't think there's enough space for all the letters in Tottenham TV, lad.
Big up, Dave, man. Always great to have you on. Always great to speak to you. And finally, the happiness is back through the fan base, man. And that's the main thing, isn't it?
Yeah,
So,
look, and I want to leave the words. I want to leave on the words of The Journey. You know, the great band, The Journey. Don't stop believing. I'm just that winning feeling. Pizza.
Oh,
Pasta. Whoa, come on.
you know. See you soon, brother.
See you later, David, brother.
Come on. Love David Harris. So obviously that was that one super chat asking Brian to get the tattoo on the bottom lip. We've got another one from NN saying, I'm excited we got Conte. Just want to know what you guys think of his Champions League record though, since we're aiming to get Champions League football next season. I don't believe it's that good, is it, the Champions League record, Conte's?
It's not, but for us, it's a necessity to get back in there and then build from there, because obviously we know how lucrative it is and the prestige that goes with it. I don't think he's done well. He didn't go far with Chelsea. I don't think he went far with Inter. But for us, the main objective is to get back into it and then proceed. So hopefully it will change and he'll win a Champions League with Tottenham.
All right, Daddy Kiriakou.
Daddy Kiriakou. What's up, brother?
I'm good. How's everyone? I mean, I'm ecstatic at the moment. So, how are you boys?
Are you actually Spurs if you're not buzzing right now?
No, exactly. You can't be, mate. You're a fake Spurs fan if you're not. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely. I mean, run me through your feelings when you woke up this morning and you knew it was going to be announced in the next few hours.
It was weird, man, because it just feels like, I don't know how to explain it. It just feels like it's just, I don't know, how the fuck have we got Conte? Do you know what I mean? Yeah. We're a shit team. How have we managed to pull that one off? So I mean, like, I know where we should be, but I mean, where we are right now to pull off Conte is just unbelievable. So, yeah, I'm just hoping and praying that he has been given a lot of reassurances, because you can't see any other reason why he would have come if he hasn't been given the assurances that he's going to have something to spend or some kind of money to spend in the next couple of windows. Because I just can't see, honestly, if he doesn't get the reassurances that we all think that he should have, or he might have now he's been appointed, then it's just going to be another 2-year period where we're not going to do what we should be able to do, or what we can do. And if they do back him the right way, it's going to be, it could be a completely new era for us, like something that we haven't seen before. And I'm talking like trophies and things like that. It really could be.
It's really interesting. It really is. And this is backed up by Cesc Fabregas, that gooner, and obviously Chelsea. I mean, he played under Conte at Chelsea, and he's just tweeted out about it. And he said, I hate to say it, but what an appointment by Spurs.
So
yeah,
did you see?
You know, it's funny you said that, right? Sorry, Brian. It's funny you said that, because I've had Chelsea fans message me today, and they're like, honestly, he's the best appointment you could have got. And they're like saying what he'll do is he'll turn all the shit players in.
So what I will say as well, Dave, when you said about Cesc Fabregas, I thought you were going to say something else, because on Sky Sports it was said as well that Cesc Fabregas said,
where's Danny gone?
What? Have we crashed again?
No, I can see him in the preview.
Danny, can you hear me?
Oh, there he's back.
Okay, cool.
I don't know what happened. Yeah.
So yeah, Fabregas was saying that Conte took his game to levels he didn't think even possible.
Yeah.
And that's Cesc Fabregas. And like he's just said about us, hate to admit it, we have to hate to admit it, he was a fantastic player. And he
scumbag, but fantastic.
Complete total and utter melt who played for both the filth and the chavs. But literally, he was a quality player. And when he comes out and says he took my game to levels I didn't think possible, and then to tweet that, it just shows what we've got. Yeah, it just shows what we've got.
It is definitely exciting times. There's a lot of players in that team who should be in that team who are going to perform. You hope they're going to perform a lot better once he gets his sort of hands on them. And you've got players like I think like Reguilon's going to improve a lot. I think a lot of players. I think Tanganga's going to become an amazing player under him. He's already a good youngster right now, but I think he's going to benefit so much from Conte. Obviously Romero's world class anyway, but he'll probably go up another level. So hopefully he gets Kane back on track, and we never know. Maybe we've got the manager to finally get a tick sort of out of Ndombele and actually start making him play consistently. So we'll see what happens. But there's a lot of players. Obviously, I think we all know who needs to leave the club, and their mentality is just not for Tottenham Hotspurs. Probably not for any professional football team, to be honest with you. But I mean, yeah, it's exciting times. It's definitely exciting times.
I have to say, there's a player Danny just mentioned that I think, like he said, this is going to bring the 1 billion% best out of Japhet Tanganga, because people thought he's a centre back, people thought he's a right back, but I've always thought he's a centre back, and not only a centre back, best on the right on a back three.
Yeah.
And I think this, like Danny said, I think we've got a future England international there. I think Skip will be on the World Cup plane. I think it might be too early for Tanganga. But I think we are going to see.
Danny's gone off again. No, you're still there, Danny, but not on screen.
It keeps going back to that Brains for Clouds.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but sorry, carry
on. I'm changing into Brains.
I think we're going to see the best out of Japhet Tanganga. I think Japhet Tanganga is literally designed for that right of a back three. And I can't wait to see it.
Apparently, over on AFTV, they were talking about how Conte is going to make Ben Davis into a world-class centre back. I mean, they're running scared, aren't they?
Everyone's running scared. Man United fans are. Other Chelsea fans are running scared. I've had different fans text me all today saying that they can't believe it. And like, I've got another Chelsea fan saying he's going to make Matt Doherty a well-beat. And I'm like, are you having a laugh, mate? Like, Paul Staltieri was better than Matt Doherty. And that was saying something. I mean,
but it's interesting with Matt Doherty, right? Because obviously his best performances have come in that system, in a 3 at the back system, wing back system. So do you reckon he'll get the chance to prove himself?
I think he'll get the chance to prove himself. I don't think he will prove himself.
Yeah,
I think he will get the chance. I think he'll get the chance in maybe like the in the Conference League games and maybe some cup games and stuff like that. But I don't think he'll. It all depends. It all depends on injuries. It all depends on what he feels. But I think everyone's level should go up. And if there's no one there who's not listening to what he wants them to do, then they're gone. Forget them. And I can't wait for that, because we've needed someone who's going to go in there and don't take no shit from Levy, don't take no shit from anyone, because end of the day, if he's not happy about a situation, whether it's from the board or whether it's from anyone else, either if it's a player, he'll get him out. If it's from the board, he'll walk out. And that's as simple as that. He doesn't need to be here. That's the thing. Like, Tottenham and Levy needs to remember that he does not need to be here.
We need him a lot more than he needs us.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the thing. Like, they need to remember that, because, what he can do for us, if they listen to him in the right way and they back him the right way, he could turn us into a team that we've all wanted to see for a long time. Maybe even go one above Pochettino's era and actually win a trophy.
Because at the end of the day, he's a better manager than Pochettino, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, of course he is. I mean, honestly, so many Chelsea fans have been saying how lucky we are to have him now, because what he did to them when they were so bad at that time when he took over, and he literally took them from the position he took them in to win the title in his first season. Yeah. And that's just because of the way he coaches people.
It's not just that, Danny. What when you're saying about how he won't take no shit from nobody, we've mentioned it before. That Arsenal game where Arsenal absolutely ripped them apart, and he just went, right, forget this. We're playing this way and this way only now. Changed everything, and then they were untouchable. He is not scared to make the big decisions, whether it be formation, whether it be substitutions, whether it be tactics, whether it be... He will not have a single hesitation in making any decisions whatsoever. And it's what we've needed. Someone who just goes for the jugular and just gets the job done.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think we've needed that for a long time, because Nuno he didn't have, as much as he's a nice guy, kind of, you just saw it in his attitude, like it is sort of what he looked like on the touchline and his demeanor. He just didn't look confident. And when you got a manager who doesn't give you confidence, how are the players going to get confidence if the fans don't even feel confident? Do you know what I mean? It's never going to work. As soon as you get someone like Conte in, everyone's confidence levels have gone through the roof because he's a world-class manager and he knows how to do things the right way and how to get shit done, especially from players who don't want to listen and who act like little babies and little bitches.
Definitely, it's definitely true, man. But what can we achieve this season? Where do you think we're going to finish this season in the league?
I think top 4 is very much on. I still think it was. I mean, with Nuno, it was much on, but we could see that we weren't going to get it because the way we were playing, it was that we weren't playing good football. We were scraping our victories. I mean, the Villa game was a good game. That was probably our best performance of the season. But other than that, well, we had the Man City one as well, but it's just too inconsistent. So I think with him now, if he gets the right players in January, because I reckon he'll bring in 1 or 2 players. I don't think he'll bring any more than that. I think they'll look at the striker situation, and I think they'll look at it'll either be a midfielder or the centre back. It'll be one of the two. Personally, I think it all depends on what he feels about Ndombele and Lo Celso, and if he thinks he's got enough until next year. If they go for like Kessié now to sign him for next summer, you're going to have him and Pape Matar coming in next summer. So then you've got 2 new midfielders. You get rid of Winks and Dele, and you've got a team there, sort of thing. And then it all depends on what they feel they want to do. And it's interesting to see what happens. But if they get that striker that we desperately need, then I would say we've got a good chance. But it all depends on how they take, and it all depends on how
night.
I'll give you a call.
You going on Thursday night, Danny?
Yeah, I got a ticket, but I want to speak to Brian about that as well.
Yeah,
I'm here. There's no way I'll be there. I can't. Cool. I've made my commitment. I've signed the contract. The deal is done. I'm here for the watch along.
But Danny, I just want to let you know, if you want to come with us, speak to Bob, because he knows where we've booked all the tickets. So just book one next to us.
All right, cool. I'll do that. I spoke to them earlier, so I got a ticket just behind you guys where you're sitting, the row above.
Oh, right. Okay, cool.
So I should be there.
All right, big up.
See you later, boys.
Speak later, brother.
Love.
Peter Hurt with the super chat saying, be interesting to see how improved our second 11 will be under Conte. They've been woeful up until now, expecting to see a very different Spurs. Come on, you Spurs. Let's bring on Sean Butler.
Let's do this.
Yes, Sean, how's it going, man?
Well, boys, how are you guys doing?
On top of the bloody world. Antonio Conte is here. We've got a proper manager in now. How are you feeling about it all?
Well, listen, I'm super positive, but mainly because of how positive you guys are, right? So, and the community in general, that I've been listening to you guys all day and all week, for the last couple of days, and I'm fascinated by the enthusiasm. I'll give you just to let you inside of my world. So, when he was at Chelsea, I was in a part of the world, and I was doing things where I was like in a black hole, so I couldn't follow the Premier League for that 2-year period closely. So my knowledge of Conte as a Premier League manager and what he did is nothing like it should be, and nothing like what you guys have. So if you don't mind, what I would like to do, rather than giving you my opinion, is to ask you guys a few questions that I haven't heard answered yet, to fill in the blanks in my own knowledge, if that's possible.
No problem whatsoever.
Is that okay? Okay.
So the interview is switching. I love it.
Yeah. So I've got my list here. So the first thing I have to ask you guys is, like, Mourinho versus Conte. The noise when Mourinho signed was nowhere near as positive as this. Yet in terms of achievements and accolades, Mourinho has got just as much to celebrate than Conte has. In terms of style and playing, Mourinho isn't going to ever, or never did, play that kind of full, free-flowing Spurs style that we all want to see. And as far as I'm aware, Conte has never done it that way either. So I'm wondering, where is the difference in the excitement? Why was Mourinho like a B+ and Conte an A+? Like, how does that? Can you explain that to me?
from my opinion, Jose Mourinho didn't come here in the pomp of his career. Antonio Conte is literally at the top. Mourinho was kind of declining when he came to Spurs. Obviously, everyone knew what happened with him at Man United. Didn't really turn out well there. And Antonio Conte is literally at the top of the game. He won the Serie A last year, taking over an Inter Milan team who weren't the greatest team, and obviously won the Serie A there with flying colours. And, you know, people talk about his footballing style. And yes, it's not the most attacking style of football, you got to be said. But when you look at the Inter Milan team last year, they were the top goal scorers in Serie A by a long way. You know, he got Romelu Lukaku playing absolutely the best football of his career by a long way. He got Inter Milan attacking really well, and it's not about for Antonio Conte maybe playing that brand of free flowing attacking football, pressing like we saw with Pochettino, but it's a winning brand of football, and it is an exciting brand of football, and it's a brand of football which we're all going to know and love to watch. I tell you that for sure.
So do you know what? It's slightly. I agree with everything you said, but also I think what it is as well, and I'm talking about Spurs fans as well, because with these two managers in, you got to remember Jose, when he just used to wind us up when he used to shake hands with Pochettino like 5 minutes before full time and walk off. When he used to literally say, "I'll never come to top." He just said stuff and did things that was directed at us. And Spurs fans or football fans don't forget when people say this. Conte, I don't think he was that controversial in the way that like what Jose was, especially when he lost the Chelsea job with the physio. Jose just, it's his ego. His ego rubs people up the wrong way. And I'm not just talking about Spurs fans, I'm talking about any other team that he's not managing. Whereas Conte comes in, they've got a lot of traits the same. They play similar football, but like Ben said, we're getting him at the peak of his career.
At the peak, yeah.
At the very peak.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. That's. I guess that's what I was looking for. Like all this excitement, I was thinking like, on paper, I can't really tell too much of a difference, right? But if it's the timing, I guess is palpable. So that's awesome. Second question, then, guys, is more around the money, right? So I've seen noise around how much of the war chest he's got. Some reports are saying 150 million. Some are saying a bit more. Some are saying a bit less. Either way, it's going to be something substantial. So my curiosity with you guys is, and I'm going to kind of conflate a couple of the questions in this to save you guys time. Given it's January, I sent through a question on your on the super chat thing earlier about historically how successful has January transfer window's been for anybody. I know you guys answered the question from the Tottenham perspective, but broadly January is always difficult. Prices are inflated. This time round, you're going to have Newcastle that are going to be spending a lot of money. So if there's, for argument's sake, say 150 bars to play with, how much of it do you think, well, if that's the war chest for his tenure, how much of it will be spent in January? What will be the breakup? Will it be all of it now, 50-50? And then where will it be spent? And how much of an inflation do you think there'll be because other teams like Newcastle will be going out writing, bigger checks? Do you think we can get the highest quality at the right price, or do you think we'll be overpaying for those reasons?
I mean, it's a very difficult question, isn't it? It's a very difficult question because nobody knows actually what's been going on behind closed doors. Nobody knows what assurances he has been given, and nobody knows what the budget actually is. But there's been conflicting reports, like you say. Some say 100 million, some say 150, some say 50 million. But Matt Law, who's quite reliable, came out today and said that although money will be made available in January, he's not thought to be given a fortune to spend in January, and will have to rely on player sales. Right. There are many conflicting reports. In terms of who we can actually bring in January, I kind of agree with you that sometimes that the top talent ain't available in January. But when you look at players like Dusan Vlahovic, he's been widely reported to be available for January. So I think he's definitely one we can bring in. But I don't expect us to be doing crazy amounts of business in January. I literally think one or two players, to be honest.
Yeah, I'll say the same, but I think we've got to establish those. Like I said, we've been saying all stream. Vlahovic has got to come in because Kane needs help or competition, whichever way you look at it. And with Newcastle, I think we have to spend a majority of it this season. And the reason I say January, is because right now, the key players that we want to get, if Newcastle want them, the position they're in right now is looking at relegation.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what happens, they're not going to go to if Newcastle and us were in the same position, like league position, then we might have an issue. But they're not going to get to work for a manager like Conte at Newcastle for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
And there's the threat of relegation. There was something on, do you remember? I think it was on TalkSport where they said for Newcastle, you kind of want to be in the second wave of things because the first players they're going to do.
Good point.
The first wave of players are going to be to get them out of relegation and to get them up the table, and the manager to do the same. And then it's going to be, right, we now need a manager to take us to that level, and we need the players to get us there. So I think we've got to strike now and try and get those players in because Newcastle, they may have the money, but they don't have the league standard.
Yeah, they don't have the pull just yet, do they? Yeah.
Exactly. And also, you've got to remember as well, going to Newcastle, if you're a Premier League or a foreign footballer or even a Premier League footballer, it's moving your family to Newcastle. Now, I love Newcastle. If I ever move back to England, I would love to live in Newcastle. But
yeah, great town.
It's a
great
fantastic town. I love it to pieces. But it's a lot harder to sell than sell it to London. To say come to London to these aspiring footballers for various reasons.
I don't think it's the footballers so much. I think it's the wives. You know, like there's a lot of
as well.
a lot of ways to spend money if you're a footballer's wife in London. There's not that same sort of call, and you've got to keep the families happy, right? So
it's the kids as well, the schools, the education, the everything. It's a big move, but I think that for that reason, like I said, I think we have to try and get these targets in like a Vlahovic, or I keep saying his name. I'll stop saying his name, but that's the one I want. Just any the ones that Conte wants, we have to go for now.
Okay. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I'm a little bit worried that Harry Kane downing tools since the start of the season, and Vlahovic having kind of the same option to behave in the same way. But didn't, and I'm not sure. I think he scored a hat trick a couple of last week. I think he scored something like 11 goals in 5 games. He's doing the opposite, right? He's trying to put a sticker on his head to say "Come get me," and Kane's taking the other kind of sulky, moany style to try and get his move. So what I worry about is that we're thinking that Vlahovic is an easy option for us to pick up because is it Fiorentina who plays for?
Yep.
Because they need to try and recap some money, but there's not that many strikers that are of top talent that's available, and there are a few clubs that are looking for them. So I worry that Man City might say, why go for a sulky Kane when we can get a Vlahovic instead? And then we're stuck with the worst of both worlds, right? We haven't got a replacement, and we've got the guy who doesn't want to be here anyway, who was hoping for the move to City.
Yeah, I think that is spot on. I mean, whatever player that we're going to be in for is going to be of that stature, hopefully anyway, that, you're going to have other clubs sniffing around for him. That's just the nature of the transfer window at the end of the day. And I think that when you're talking about Vlahovic, and this is where the Don Paratici comes in. This is where he earns his money at the end of the day. You know what I mean? He's going to need to come in. He's going to need to steal a march on the other clubs, like a Man City, like he's just done with Antonio Conte just now, because it was widely reported that that he wanted to go to Manchester United, that Manchester United were about to sack Oli and go for him. So, I mean, tremendous job in getting him in so early and so quickly, because I don't think if he wouldn't have acted that quickly, he could have easily been going to Man United in the next couple of weeks.
Agreed.
I completely agree as well. I actually thought, it was going to be typically Spursy that everyone was getting super excited, and then all of a sudden Conte was using us as leverage to try and get a last-minute gig at Ole, but at Manchester United. But it didn't work out that way. So, yeah, I agree with you. I agree with both of you on that. So the last couple of questions, guys, I have is around individual players, right? So under the Conte formation, which player within the current starting 11 should be most concerned, and which player within the second team who travel to Europe, etc., should be most excited about the prospect of playing under a Conte regime versus the Nuno regime?
Well, that second part is a great question.
Yeah, let's talk about the Conference League team first and see who in that team who we think that can thrive. I think maybe Davinson Sanchez could be one.
Yep.
I think Davinson Sanchez, albeit he's had not bad of a season so far. I think he's impressed in a few occasions he's played this season. Who else can we see thriving in that Europa League team?
I was about to say a player, but I forgot he can't even be in the Conference League. I was going to say Alfie. I can really see Alfie Devine.
Tanganga's one.
Alfie
Devine's too young. He's too young.
No, but I think in the next couple of years, like I've always been saying, this guy's going to be. I'm talking a world superstar. I'm talking so big with Alfie Devine. It's. I think he genuinely is going to be a huge importance to both us and England in the next few years. But he's not even in the Conference League team. But Tanganga for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, Tanganga. Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, Lo Celso might be worried. I mean, he's in that team at the moment, but he's one that I'm worried about, actually.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, because of how he raves about Ndombele. I think Ndombele has cemented himself in that position already because we know how much Conte loves him, and I can see the trouble for Lo Celso.
What about Bergwijn and Ben Davies? I got a feeling Bergwijn could be kind of used as a wing back, and maybe a right wing back or a left wing back. I think he's got the attributes to actually play that role. And if you cast your mind back to the Chelsea team, he did the exact same thing with Victor Moses and made him into a very, very, very good wing back that season. And I think he's done it time and time again, Antonio Conte. So I think that could be one. And also Ben Davies. I know not many people are going to want to hear this, but I think obviously Conte plays a 3 at the back system, and I think he can probably, I wouldn't play him as a wing back obviously, but in a third centre back on the left hand side, I think maybe could be a good maybe he won't thrive there, but I think he'll see quite a few minutes.
Interesting. So with Ndombele, I know that Conte, I've heard you say, both of you guys say that Conte speaks, so highly of him and wanted him in Italy. But since he's been at Tottenham, the one thing that's probably become aware about his personality that maybe wasn't aware before we signed him was that he has this propensity to sulk a little bit and feel a bit sorry for himself and kind of, and whether it's settling in England or whether it's just his character as a person, if that wasn't aware to Conte, like it wasn't aware to Tottenham before we signed him, is that something which is going to rub Conte the wrong way? Like I say, I don't know Conte's managerial style as much as you guys do, so I'm wondering whether or not he tolerates or suffers people that are gonna sulk and not put in a shift. And the one thing that I have always felt a concern about Ndombele is, his temperament is a little bit suspect for someone who earns as much money as he does. He should be happier than he is, So
what I would say to that is that Conte would have been well aware of Ndombele's, headspace and mentality and everything like that, but he still tried to sign him at Inter Milan. So yeah, okay. I think that kind of tells you everything you need to know about how much Antonio Conte does rate Tanguy Ndombele.
Yeah.
I mean, Tanguy, when you look at it, we had this with Jose when he got him into shape and then he played him for the first part of last season. He was untouchable and noon when Tanguy is feeling happy and he feels that he's being listened to and played in the right way, he will give everything. And when you hear a manager of that caliber come in and say, I rate this guy, I want him in my formation that I play and take everywhere, and it's a position where if we can unlock the best out of Tanguy and Tanguy feels loved with the 3 at the back, it gives him extra insurance so he doesn't need to track back as much as he would in a 4. I think this appointment, we are going to see the Tanguy Ndombele that we thought we signed. I really do.
Yeah, I love that. I love that enthusiasm. Okay, guys, last question before I let you move on is I've got to play devil's advocate, and I really appreciate you allowing me to be the interviewer. Is in a world, just to play devil's advocate, in a world where we don't start well, we've got an 8-game run here where you'd hope that Tottenham are the better team in all of those games on paper. And now we've got the manager and everyone's excited. In a world where it doesn't go to plan, in a world where we're all talking about a 2-0 loss on Thursday or whatever happens on Saturday or Sunday, what happens then? Like, how long is he given? How long before Tottenham fans start to doubt Conte, or does he get a grace period that Nuno wasn't afforded? What's your thoughts
100%, 100% he gets that grace period. Antonio Conte is the kind of manager where whatever he says, you listen to, right? Whatever he says, you listen to. I know you weren't watching football for those 2-year period when he was at Chelsea, but when he came in, things didn't go right from the start. Things did not go right from the start, and Chelsea were quite poor that they were about 10th in the league or something like that. And then at one point, they lost to Arsenal, and the penny just dropped, and Conte just came out and was like, I'm not taking this shit anymore. I'm not taking this shit anymore. He put his foot down. He laid down the law. They went on a 14-game winning run and ended up winning the league that season. So you have to put your trust in this manager 100%. There can't be every Spurs fan needs to get behind him. If it starts badly, that just says more about the squad than his managerial skills, in my opinion.
Exactly. That last sentence wraps it up perfectly. It's he is a serial winner. Everywhere he goes, players improve, players rave about him. And as Ben said, when it first came through and it was official, no matter what happens, we as a club, as the player, have to get behind him. Whatever he says is gospel. Whatever he wants to do, do it. And just get behind him, because we know once he gets the players feeling the way that we are, we're flying.
I can't wait. I love it, guys. Thank you so much for informing me.
I hope we've given you some good insight into Antonio Conte.
You've been amazing. Thanks, guys. I'll speak to you soon.
Cheers, Sean.
Take care.
See you later, mate. Is there anyone else waiting? Brandon. Come on, man. Yes, Brandon. How's it going, dude?
Oh, you have no idea. No idea.
I think I do have some sort of idea.
I mean, this is... Oh, my God. So I've got something beautiful here. I've got Paria Arco de Bueno, extra virgin, 100% Italiano olive oil.
I thought you were going to start going into some Nessun Dorma song or something.
And I
actually thought he was going to start drinking the oil.
Hey, Antonio Conte's in. We got olive oil shots. Italy all the way, baby. Come on, Conte. Come on. I cannot believe that we're in this position. I cannot believe. Oh.
Oh my good God. Go on, Brandon. That is hats off to you.
Olive oil shots for everybody. It's Conte's team now. I don't care. You can play Ben Davies and Matt Doherty as the 2-strike force. I don't care. Whatever he says is gospel. He wants everyone to bring a pizza to every match. Put pizzas in the air after every goal. Oh my God, it's going to be fantastic, and I cannot believe it.
I mean, who the hell is not eating Italian food tonight?
I don't know, but I want Brandon to tell us how he really feels.
Yeah, tell us, Brandon. Because we spoke a few days ago and, you know, we were all down in the dumps. We didn't know where the next win was coming from. We had no light at the end of the tunnel. Send me through your feelings now.
When we spoke, I was on air when Nuno was not officially sacked, but we all knew that it was definitely going to be happening. And you guys asked about Conte. I said, no way. That's La La Land, fantasy land. No chance. I mean, I cannot. I was shaking when I woke up this morning, looking at all the updates on my phone. I still thought yesterday that there was no chance. I couldn't even look at the channel. I was just so delusioned. I couldn't believe that any of this is happening, and now here we are. I mean, how? Why is he here? Why is he coming to us right now? I cannot understand. Maybe he sees something in this team that even we can't. And you know what? That makes me happy. That gives me a lot of hope for the future. And yeah, I'm just happy we got an Italian up in charge, because those Italians, they know what they're doing.
I love that. And you know, when you're looking at the current squad, the manager we have now, potentially who we can bring in, I mean, what do you think Spurs can achieve this season?
I think obviously a title challenge is out of the question, but anything else is possible. I mean, I think the one and two positions are going to ultimately come down to Chelsea and Liverpool, and there's no one I can see that's really. I mean, Man City could always go on a run, but again, they really are missing that critical number 9. You know, I mean, as much as we all talk about how frustrated we might be that we didn't sell Harry Kane, I mean, I'm sure City fans are equally as frustrated they didn't sign him.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, Ferran Torres was basically their de facto number 9 now, but he's out with who knows how long term that injury is. But Jesus just isn't that guy. So I can't see Man City. Honestly, I mean, Man City's not even in the top 4 now, are they? They're 6th, 7th. They're right in the doldrums with us. And of course, they've got Guardiola, but now we've got Conte. And if you look at the squads, Man City's is obviously a little deeper, but
a little,
yeah, just a smidgen.
I mean, the alarm bells are starting to ring over there. They just lost to Palace 2-0. I mean, and let's reflect back on our Palace 3-0 loss. I mean, I watched both those games. We played better than City did against Palace. And if Palace is the benchmark where we're going to be measuring every team by now, you know what? So be it. And yeah, I mean, I look at our schedule. We still have a lot of bottom half teams to play. We've had one of the tougher schedules thus far. So I think top 4 is completely reasonable to expect.
Who have we actually got in the Premier League in December?
I'll tell you right now.
Let's try and break it down. Let's see who we've got in December.
We've got Leeds coming up after the break. Then I'm sure we've got
November the 21st. That we got Leeds. I know December the 19th we got Liverpool.
One sec, I'm going to tell you right now.
Just Premier League.
December or January?
December.
December, Brentford away, Norwich at home, Rennes, then Brighton away, Leicester away, Liverpool at home, Palace at home, and Southampton away.
Okay, so Liverpool's at home. I thought it was at Anfield. It's at home.
No, it's at home, yeah.
Okay, so we've got a couple of away games. Yeah, but back to back.
Majority at home, though.
Okay.
Majority at home. We got Brentford at home, Norwich at home, Liverpool at home, and Palace at home. And then our away games are Brighton, Leicester, and Southampton.
So really, go on, Brandon.
I think you guys said it best. There's gonna be a little bit of a betting in period. Right when he comes in, things aren't just gonna magically turn into fairy dust overnight. But I think December could be our month. I think December could be a month where we start to put a very, very solid stretch of games together. Leicester's not looking. I mean, they're definitely looking crackable, more so than in previous 2 seasons. And you know, that Liverpool game's obviously always going to be tough, but we've got a real chance here to start making some noise. And I think that our squad, more than anyone really realizes, is actually almost quite nicely set up specifically for Conte and his system. So if we're running, 3 at the back or 5 at the back, whatever you want to call it, like it's been said, Tanganga, ooh, scary in a back 3. Ben Davies, you know what? He might be more than a man in a wheelchair out on the pitch. Davinson Sanchez, I think as well. I mean, he's pretty decent on the ball. At least he's better now than he used to be. I think a back 3 of Tanganga, Sanchez, and Romero, at the tip of the sphere, that's not easy to get past.
Oh, is he frozen?
Oh, but that's the 3 I would go for at the back. I really think we've got a player in Sanchez alongside Romero. I really want to see it.
I reckon it's going to be Sanchez, Romero, Dyer to start off with.
Could be, but like we said, like Bosper said as well, Sanchez played his best when he was with Vertonghen and Toby. So the back 3 may actually benefit him, and we get to see the player that we saw in the first season. So we'll have to wait and see with that one.
But it's an interesting point Brandon raises about the fixture schedules and stuff. Well, I think it was you that raised it actually. But our next few games now, league games: Everton away, Leeds at home, Burnley away, Brentford at home, Norwich away, and Brighton away. Yeah, that's our next 6 games.
Okay.
All very winnable games, all very winnable games. So I'm kind of expecting Antonio to hit the ground running here with these games.
What we're looking at January as well. So when the transfer window opens,
We've
What's
got
January?
Watford away on the 1st of Jan, Arsenal at home on the 15th of Jan, and Chelsea away on the 22nd of Jan.
That's the month. There's only 3 games, right? The FA Cup's going to be
Yeah,
one
the
week
FA
in
Cup
January,
will come
isn't it?
in. And I'm sure there'll be League Cup semi-finals and stuff like that if we get there potentially.
Yep. But Arsenal, is that 3 London derbies again? Watford? Did you say Watford,
Yeah.
Arsenal,
Yeah.
Chelsea?
Yeah.
Okay. That's when the players come in. Let's get a couple. Let's get a Vlahovic before the filth.
100%. 100%. And we don't play Liverpool away till third end game of the season. Third
Okay,
game
well, that's
from
a
the end of the
blessing.
season.
What about the Etihad?
The Etihad? We go to the Etihad on the 19th of February.
Okay. So, do you know what? So we have got, like you said, if you look at it, we have got a nice little run of games where I think the only big one we have, from what I remember you saying, is Liverpool before Christmas. Like, out of
Leicester.
the big city. Oh, yeah, Leicester, yeah, sorry.
Liverpool and Leicester. Leicester's away. Liverpool's at home. But yeah, basically, yeah. That's
So
it.
he has got time to stamp his authority
Definitely.
and get the message over. Interesting stuff.
Brandon gave us a super chat and he said rendezvous crashed. Has he joined? Has he rejoined again? Okay, sorry about that, Brandon. I'm not sure what happened, but thank you so much for your call and the super
I love
chat.
him.
Means a lot. Of course, we all love him here. He's one of our own, Brandon Troller. And we got a super chat from the Jorical as well. Big up, Jory. And he says, Conte in, success or failure, this means the end of the Levy era. And I think that's absolutely spot on.
Correct.
Absolutely spot on. Is there anyone else waiting? All right, so another mammoth 4-hour stream for you guys today. Absolutely big up to everyone. Mad views once again today. Big up to everyone that sent up a super chat and also just commenting and getting involved in the chat today, and everyone that has come on and given your say. Everyone scroll down, smash that like, smash that subscribe button. Let's get to 100K, guys. We're nearly there. So everyone, please smash that subscribe button. Let's get to 100K and let's get Tottenham back to winning ways as well. Antonio Conte, the Italian job is finally here, and it's happy days for everyone on the Spurs fan base. Any closing words from you?
Yeah, I'll just say, obviously, I've loved being with you. You're talking about 100,000. I'm going to do a little plug for my channel because we're only a few away from 500 because we started the channel. So, guys, I think you know that I'm part of a channel with Brian Ireland from Toronto called Tottenham on Tour. Please, if you enjoy what you hear from me or you don't and you want to come and have a debate with me, come over to Tottenham on Tour because that's the channel that I am on. Obviously, it's always great being with you and everyone at We Are Tottenham TV. Let's get these boys to 100K. If anyone deserves hitting that milestone, it's these boys here, and not just the people, Ben and Sim, everyone that's associated with it that puts so much work into it. And yeah, let's get to 100K. And to help you do that, I'm actually going to finish and say what you normally say.
Oh, I love that.
For the
I
first
love
time
that, Brian.
in I don't know how long.
love that, Brian. I love that. But thank you for the kind words. And obviously, everyone go and subscribe to Tottenham on Tour. Come and subscribe to We Are Tottenham TV as well. The We Are Tottenham army is growing, and so is the We Are the We Are Tottenham on Tour army as well.
No, that's a good one. Collaboration.
But yeah, big up. And yeah, special thank you to Brian for coming on every single day this week in Simeon's absence as well. We'll see you all very soon. We're going to do another reaction now to Conte arriving as a little shorter video than this 4-hour one for you to get through. So we'll see you guys very soon. Smash that subscribe button, like, subscribe and comment. And as always, come on you Spurs. Love that.